Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to today's stream. My name is Brady the Overanalyst, and I will be your host for somewhere between 3 and 4 hours of Cooper Gang action today. We are back with technically our third broadcast of Sly Cooper, or the Sly Collection. Played just a little bit 2 streams ago after finishing up Psychonauts, and we managed to blaze through almost the entire first game in the following stream. So today, all we have to do in Game 1, right, in order for me to consider the playthrough complete, is complete Chapter 5, as we head to the Krakarov volcano in Russia to square off against Clockwork, the mysterious leader of the Claw Gang. Not Claw Gang, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. The Fiendish Five, who personally murdered Sly's father at the start of the game's narrative, and then head back to that last vault in the Panda King's lair after defeating Clockwork in order to crack it using a cipher that we can only obtain by defeating the final boss. Alright? Then we'll be getting into Sly 2, which I enjoy even more than the first game, or always did, at least. Again, it's been ages since I played these games, but I think that opinion will still hold up. And, as I've said before, I've teased many times, Sly 2 onward, those titles play very differently to the first one. The first is about as pure, as undilute mechanically of an action platformer as you could really get away with as of 2002. The others aren't. They're way more mechanically rich and varied and, honestly, in my opinion, much better. But that's all ahead of us. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Want to thank anybody who's catching us live on twitch.tv, as well as any of you catching this as a VOD after the fact on YouTube. I greatly appreciate you one and all for joining me today. Let's dive right back on in, then, to Sly 1. And as I've said before many times during the last stream, this shouldn't take too long because I don't remember Chapter 5 being terribly long. It's completely linear. There is no hub world and, like, little spoke stages branching off of it, nor are there any clue bottles or vaults or any of that. A lot of these stages are somewhat unique mini-games, coupled with a couple of the best platforming courses in the entire game, so there is that. Thematically, Clockwork Stage might be the second weakest in the game, just above Raleigh's, because it is as close to just a straight-up lava stage as we're going to get. Now, Clockwork's theme is ridiculously sophisticated, advanced, kind of vaguely steampunkish technology, and we will be seeing a lot of that around. It is far and away the most technologically advanced of the 5 bases we've been raiding, but a lot of the theming just isn't there in the environment, right? The environment, the architecture, all that, the way it was in the first 4 chapters. That's all I'm trying to say. That said, this little arch framing the map is absolutely gorgeous, and I love it. I especially love the Clockwork motif above the map, with the 2, I guess steam gauges kind of branching off of it like wings. That's pretty cool. Okay, let's start Chapter 5. Has nothing at all to do with Russia, but it is one of, I want to say, 2 times we'll be going to Eastern Europe in the franchise. Let's go.
Hey, partner, We were on our way to the Krakarov volcano in Russia. While looking over what little information I had on the final member of the Fiendish Five, I began to notice something. In the 4 parts of the Thievius Raccoonus recovered so far, several of the pictures depict a shadowy owl-like figure, which looks very similar to the police images of the mysterious Clockwork. Is this a strange coincidence, or is there something I'm missing?
Oh, there's definitely something we're missing. Anyhow, welcome to the final chapter of Sly 1, The Cold Heart of Hate. I do appreciate the vaguely, like, Soviet-style font they use there, even if it's never going to come up again. And as far as I can tell, Clockwork is not Russian. So, yeah, real quick, remember how at the end of Chapter 4, after defeating the Panda King, we got a non-ability upgrade in the form of, I want to say, Otto von Cooper's blueprints that could be used to modify the van? We're going to be making extensive use of those blueprints in the first couple stages here. Just really quickly, because we're not going to see much of it, here's the map for this stage. It's not bad. It's got a very nice, like, almost cyan-dominant color scheme. Alright. Let's blast that log off of here. The turret here works much the same as those in the Murray turret defense stages. All we've got to do here is shoot away the ordnance. Little harder than it sounds, because the rock outcroppings do a pretty good job of hiding select mines from our line of fire until we get kind of close. Clockwork does not have traditional guards, but as a mechanical genius, he does have various forms of defenses scattered throughout the fortress. Tower's very cool, not gonna lie. Yep, Robo-Falcons. These are the guards we're going to be putting up with, or guard equivalents for the most part. Now, when they start humming and performing roll after roll, that means they're going to ram us if we don't shoot them down shortly. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. We took a hit. Good thing we had a horseshoe, though.
Heads up! The Robo-Falcons are back!
Falcons and mines. That's great. Okay, now just more mines. Just mines we can handle. The death ray causing those rock slides might actually be the most dangerous obstacle of the lot. Oh no. Okay, that was just a few slightly more resilient rocks. We could handle that, though. More Robo-Falcons next? Yep. How expensive do you think these things would be to manufacture? I mean, that looks like pretty advanced tech to me. Hella combustible, though. Ah, and that's it. Stage complete. Nice, nice. I mean, good thing we had that horseshoe, but still.
Murray, that cave doesn't look tall enough for the turret to make it all the way through.
And we lost our turret. Great. Meaning now it's time to use the van's other combat upgrade.
Security door on the far side of the cavern. The only way to unlock it is to analyze at least 60 of those hanging computers.
Would have been easy to get at them if Murray hadn't thrashed our new turret.
Yeah, won't be a problem. I can hack the computer's connection coupling so they'll fall to the ground. Then Murray will have to run over them with the van.
Okay, and Murray, remember to use our new battering ram.
That's how you download stuff, right? You just run it over? Okay, so here's how this works. Sorry, I'm just going to explain the minigame before we start properly, because there's quite a lot of action here. These little lava slugs are going to start rising up from the ground, and they'll be heading after the computers as well, and we'll kind of be competing with them for the resources in the same vein as the crabs from Raleigh's Sunken Chest stage. And we need to collect 60 computers worth of data before they can. We can use the battering ram installed on the front of the Cooper van to, I believe, instantly kill the lava slugs. They'll keep spawning continuously, but we can take individual targets out of the game by ramming into them, like so.
Only 119 computers up there, and these fire slugs seem intent on getting to them before us. The first one to 60 computers wins.
You do want to be taking these guys out as you can, because they can have up to, I think, 3 or 4 pieces on the board at the same time as you having all of one. Oh, the RNG gods of placement were being pretty kind to us right there. Let's generally try to keep them from making it to the center of the arena if we can. Though there are a lot of them, or there are several of them spawning at a time, so that can be kind of tricky. Well, I say kind of tricky. I think we've got it. We've got such a big lead that it's extraordinarily unlikely that they'll be able to catch up. Yep, we've got this. Okay, I never remember this being terribly difficult, but it's actually much, much easier than I would have thought. Alright, got it though, that's stage 2 down.
The security doors. past them is the control room to Clockwork's Death Ray Tower. I think it's don't you think, Sly?
Yep, so our big objective, more or less for the entire chapter, is just finding a way to disable Clockwork's death ray so we can reach him. Ah, welcome to the Clockwork Lab.
Those tiles are booby-trapped. You better get out of there.
Hold on. That's Carmelita. She looks trapped.
Serves that cop right. She's been dogging us from the start.
It's just a misunderstanding. We've got to free her.
Are you crazy, Sly? Clockwork probably stuck her there to trap you.
But if I don't do anything, Carmelita's doomed. Besides, stealing just won't be any fun without her.
Sly, your ridiculous raccoon logic sends shivers up my shell. But if you're determined to go through with this, that barrel will undoubtedly help, though I have no idea how you'll get up there.
Dude, a spire jump here, a rail slide there. I've done this a million times.
Yeah, so, as Bentley said, the tiles are in fact booby-trapped, and these are in fact very poorly disguised turrets that, inexplicably, despite Clockwork's extremely high-tech defenses, only shoot darts at us, much like the globes from Raleigh's stage. So what we need to do is just work our way on over to a barrel, and we will be A-okay. Nothing they can do to us then. But to get to said barrel, we're going to have to navigate one of the game's more challenging platforming courses. Oh! Don't want to ram into something that's electrified. Hey, Schnaufy, good evening, man. How's it going? How's your day been? Let's just hop our way across these light fixtures. Nice and easy. That'll lower a shortcut for us. What do the coins here look like? Oh! They are just decorated with a concept art-ish image of Sly. Very nice. So, what we want to do is sidle along here without touching the trapped floor, of course. Just barely make it. There we go. Stuffy says, just the end of my working day and now relaxing. How are you? How's Sly Cooper going? Going great, man. We are at the tail end of the first game, and hopefully going to be able to dive into the second one today. I'm doing well, thank you. I had to be absent from the stream yesterday due to being completely exhausted thanks to my glucose implant, keeping me up until like 4 a.m. But I'm feeling right as rain today. Thank you. Oh, this is a bad place we got ourselves into. These spotlights move faster than, oh no, any other in the entire game. And that's partially because I believe they're the last proper security, like lasers and spotlights, we'll encounter in the entire game. That's it. Now all we have to do is free Carmelita, and of course it was a trap.
Sly Cooper! I should have known you were behind this.
You got me wrong, Miss Fox. I'm here to rescue you.
You sentimental fool. Empathy has always been the downfall of the Cooper clan.
I knew this was a trap.
Clockwork has a remarkably distinctive voice, like, I love whatever type of modulation they've run over his VA's track. Stuffy says, oh yeah, I've read on Discord, is it diabetes or something? Not my diabetes as much, whoa, hold on, as one of the implants I use, like a continual glucose monitor, CGM, it's called the Dexcom. You can look it up online. It's supposed to tell me what my blood glucose is, but new units require a little bit of calibration. Now normally, according to, like, the specs created by the manufacturer, that should be 2 simple calibrations that you input across 30 minutes, 2 hours after you install one. I installed my implant 2 days ago, this 10-day CGM, I want to say at around 6 p.m., and I was up wrestling with it, trying to calibrate it until, like, after 3 a.m. Yeah. It's actually worse than having nothing at all, in some cases. But it's neither here nor there. Long story short is, I'm feeling fine, I'm doing alright. Thank you so much for your concern, though. This marks the first time we're going to get to play as Bentley in a unique hacking section.
And the right analog stick to unleash my hacker code.
It's a twin-stick shooter.
Packets need to be destroyed if I'm gonna get at the yellow security.
This is basically asteroids with little collectibles at the heart of each asteroid. Well, Shelfie, I don't know if implant is maybe the best word. It's something that is affixed to the skin with a little tiny wire, a cannula. Oh, shoot. And I died. Right off the bat. Little tiny wire, a cannula, inserted under the skin. So it's not nowhere near as drastic as what you might think of when you hear implant. Okay, so what we want to do is dodge the attacks from Clockwork's drones, like that. And grab the goodies. Now, why do we have a health bar if we die in one hit, you may ask? Well, we die in one hit from Clockwork's drones. We can take damage, perfectly survivable damage, as you've just seen, from the green chunks of data scattered around. What we want to do is just break these suckers up as best we can. Take as many of these pieces, as many of these... Oh, obstacles off the board as you can. Never was any good at asteroids. And there is no way to disable Clockwork's drones. They are completely invincible. Oh, shit! I just keep ramming into stuff.
Level 4!
Alright, let's see. Can we pull this off without taking any damage at all? Probably not. Oh no, we had one hit in reserve, okay. Oh, damn it! Okay. This is one area of the game where I've never been particularly good. We can get this, though. Don't worry, I don't think we'll need another try now that I've gotten a little bit of practice back in. The controls are... Not controls, sorry, the controls aren't at all, but movement's just a little slippery to emulate kind of hovering, I believe. And so there's a little bit more drift in character movement than you might think. There we go.
Level 3!
Nice. Okay. Nice and calm. Just destroy what we can when we can. Maybe taking it slow is a preferable approach, and indeed it looks like that may be the case. Yep, there we go. Oh, nope, one more. Alright. Let's just have at 'em. Alright, the Clockwork Drones, the only thing we really have to worry about here. We've got... Oh, I was about to say so much health in reserve. Oh, yikes, yikes. We had so much health in reserve, Jesus Christ. Oh, no! And the drone here is firing more or less constantly. Wasn't he good at arcade games? It's alright though, we've got the last two. No, 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 don't start bouncing them around with your fire, Bentley. Alright, think we got it. There we are. Alright.
I'm the best. No code can stand
Whew.
before me.
And this, interestingly enough, does not advance us to a new stage, but rather plops us back down into the last one to rescue Carmelita and polish it off.
Break me out of this force field by smashing its base, and I'll make it up to you somehow.
And now we actually have Carmelita on our side for the final battle, which is awesome, especially considering how powerful that pistol of hers is.
I
Now...
don't get it, Cooper. I've hunted you for years.
Oh, right! I think now we get to play as
You
Carmelita.
get a chance to leave me in a cage. You set me free. Why?
Carmelita, we may be on opposite sides of the law, but you're not my enemy. Now, the homicidal robotic owl that built this death ray and nearly gassed us to death, that guy's on my list.
I see your point. All right. Until Clockwork and his evil schemes are destroyed, I suggest we work together.
Together at last.
I noticed that Sly had to jump for the Robo-Falcon to actually grab his cane.
It's been in my family.
He handed it to him, really.
Don't worry, Ringtail. I'll cover you while you get it back. If you can, make your way to the top of the death ray. I stashed my jetpack there before Clockwork nabbed me.
Now that we're a team and all, I need to leave your side.
Hold on. This truce is only temporary. Once we beat Clockwork, I'm coming after
That
you.
churning sound of bubbling lava is going to be, like, omnipresent for the next couple of stages. Just get used to it. Yeah, so now we get to play as Carmelita, kind of, sort of, with her remarkably powerful shock pistol. Oh, no! I totally missed a threat. Hey, MC, how's it going? Good evening, hope you're doing well. And Carmelita, unfortunately, doesn't play any differently than standard turret sections. There's just a mild aesthetic difference with... Oh, yikes. With her, shock pistol. But it is nice that they're letting us play as every member of the main cast in some capacity or another. And here, of course, our enemies will be lava slugs and, Robo-Falcons. I think the Falcons might actually be a little easier for me to deal with. Speaking of, here they come. Yeah, because they idle a little bit. The lava slugs do not. Up you go. Almost there. Now we have to destroy this. While fighting off lava slugs? Lava slugs, anyone? No? Oh god, here they come. No! Hell! Second one spawned at just the perfect time in the upper left. It's alright, though. Like I said, it's the slugs we really have to worry about. The Falcons are nothing. Their hitboxes also seem a little weird. Maybe because they weren't designed, using, like, the standard humanoid guard template? I don't know. But it seems like you kind of have to hit them up near the top of their model to get a guaranteed hit. Here they come. Ooh, or is it that they can take multiple hits, unlike other guards we fought here? That might be it. They can! They can! Okay, I've never noticed that before. Alright, Sly, haul ass. He's got the cane now.
Nice job, Raccoon.
Which will allow us to... Oh man, I love this stage. This will allow us to climb Clockwork's death ray and disable it.
Where she said it would be. The
And, yeah, also grab a jetpack that Carmelita rode into the area. Eh.
For your cane. You'd better hurry. This whole thing is about to fall apart.
I'm on it.
Yeah, and inexplicably the whole thing is going to start collapsing the second we touch down. It's one of those. It's not a very well-constructed death ray, then, is it?
sinking fast! Climb, Sly, climb!
Climb, of course, while avoiding scores of hazards. This is, in my opinion, one of the best platforming stages in the entire game. I've always loved... Oh no, I thought you could jump that, you cannot. I misremembered from childhood, imagine that. I always love, stages in games like this where you're having to... Jesus Christ! I jumped there, I swear I did. Climb up a collapsing structure or escape a tide of water or some other hazard. Okay, let's do this the boring way. Now, believe it or not, you are on a reasonably strict timer here. It's not a complete cakewalk.
Smash through those gears with your cane! You've got to keep moving!
Now we have to slide our way up a given structure. That's a new one. Avoid the electricity. Or discharge, whatever that is. And time for some carefully placed ninja spire jumps. There we go. Almost to the top. I think. Tense, yeah? Good. No! Shit! Alright. One more run ought to do it. MC says, modern day this would be QTE or cinematic? Oh, I don't think so. Not necessarily. Think about one of the handful of things I really like in the Assassin's Creed series, at least the earlier installments. Those really well-designed and, like, thematic as all get out, navigation-centric, like, parkour stages. You know, like the tombs in Assassin's Creed 2 and, or the treasure hunt stages in Assassin's Creed 3. Or, what about Ghost of Tsushima's, shrines? That, function quite similarly, tasking the player with platforming along a really, elaborate course with a specific, like, environmental theme. There's some games that still, in various respects, do this kind of thing. I'm pretty sure these electrodes don't start firing off until you approach them. Alright, will that do it? Yes, it will. Thank you, God. Schnaufy asks, so this was originally a PS2 title? Yes, sir, released in 2002. Okay, it's finally time to take on Clockwork.
Use the left analog stick to aim and steer.
MC says the exceptions, which is why they're fondly remembered. Well, alright.
Sly! Behind you!
Sly Cooper, you have sent my
Oh, I love that
chamber
voice.
destroyed by death ray. Remarkable. You Coopers always find a way to beat me.
Always. So that was you in the background of all those old pictures in the Thievius Raccoons. How old are you?
Perfection has no age.
What? You're immortal?
Revenge is the prime ingredient in the fire of youth. I've kept myself alive for hundreds of years with a steady diet of jealousy and hate, awaiting the day when I would finally eclipse your family's thieving reputation.
Sly! My missiles don't hurt him but seem to create holes in his armor. Shoot into the gaps I create!
Schnaufy says, I missed so many games when I skipped the PS2 Xbox generation. Yeah, there were a lot of... Well, for one thing, that generation just saw a phenomenal volume of reasonably high-budget or wide-scope titles released. But there was also just a lot of creativity bounding around. I think we kind of hit this sweet spot where the liberty of developers or creative teams to do what they want hadn't yet been reined in the uppermost, like, budget brackets by major publishing houses, and the technology was sophisticated enough and budgets were large enough to allow people to create some pretty out there things. Right, so Clockwork, couple of things, because this fight is going to go pretty quickly if I do this well. This doesn't get explained very well, other than he just hates the Coopers irrationally, but he is an immortal, literally immortal, cyborg owl who, even though he says he's been alive for hundreds of years, is actually prehistoric, and was able to modify himself into this unaging, I believe, completely artificial being well before the rise of, like, what in our world would be human civilization. In this world, I guess it would be anthropomorphic animal civilization. And he just kills raccoons. That's his thing. That's all he does. Every single one of Sly's ancestors, this is not a joke, died at the hands of Clockwork. All of them. There's not really a rhyme or reason to this. He's just an immortal hate owl, and our job here is to finally bring him down. He looks cool as all hell. I mean, for, like, a simple cybernetic owl, I think, given the rendering capacities of the PS2, his model looks really, really sweet. And this fight, again, I'm having to explain this before we get sunk in, because it's not going to last very long if I do this properly, is a simple 3-phase encounter. For the first 2 phases, we're going to be waiting for Carmelita to fire one of her shock pistol rounds at him, to create a little hole in his armor. We then have to focus our fire on the affected section of his armor to damage him. Rinse and repeat. Phase 3 is largely, I guess I just want to say a set piece, really. You'll see. MC says, owls attack raccoons for food and fun, even full-grown raccoons. Well, yeah, he's just following his instincts.
You're the weakest Cooper I've yet encountered.
There we go, blast away his face. And something cool about this, you'll notice, is, Clockwork actually, visually reflects the damage we inflict on, specific parts of his body.
My intellect is refined. My experience is greater.
Well, we've shot out his tail.
You cannot escape me.
That should help. And let's clip one of his wings in phase 1. He's not even attacking us himself, though. He's just affixed, like, automated turrets to his body to do the work for him. That's so cool.
Wow, that's one tough owl.
Now he adopts a slightly different attack
You
pattern.
must have known my father had a son. If you hated the Coopers so much, why did you let me live?
All we have to do here is shoot rings with electrified interiors. That's all.
Without your precious book, the Cooper line was nothing.
Ah, well, there's where you're wrong. The Thievius Raccoonus doesn't create great thieves. It takes great thieves to create the Thievius Raccoonus.
Enough, Sly Cooper. It ends here. I will finish you like I finished your father. Then the Cooper line will be erased, and the only master thief will be Clockwork.
But he's not really a thief, is he? He's just like a mad scientist. We have to fly through the center of every ring, lest we be fried by electricity. Not something I'm here for
You
today.
can't dodge me forever.
Wait, are there even rings we have to shoot? I forget. I might be thinking of another game. If it were rings we want to shoot but can't, we'd be playing Superman 64, but thankfully we are not. All we have to do is dodge these suckers. Yeah, this fight is not bad at all. And I mean that both in terms of difficulty and in terms of quality. It's appropriately climactic. Mechanically different, just like all of the other bosses. Not bad. Okay, phase 3. Clockwork is now completely disabled. We've finished him off. Or we've clipped his wings. But now we have to evade a security field, a special security field that he himself is projecting, in order to, shut him down for good while he attempts to desperately reboot himself. You'll notice him just spouting gibberish in the background because we, probably knocked some things loose upstairs. His, cognitive processors ain't doing too hot.
Lay. Feet together.
All we have to do is platform our way up to the old owl. And knock his block off. Behold! And notice, he takes more cosmetic damage with every single swing.
Clockwork is superior.
And like that, we've beaten Sly 1. How do you like that, kids?
Some tricky maneuvering, but I managed to snatch that last piece of the Thievius.
It's kind of a grotesque finisher for an E-rated game too, isn't it?
Member of the Fiendish Five, Raleigh, Mugshot, Ms. Ruby, the Panda King, and finally Clockwork. I'd beaten them
MC
all
says,
one
got
by
you,
one.
bird brain. Yeah.
Of course,
And
there
despite
was no way I
his
could have gotten
extreme
here
significance to the lore, that is the only time we will ever directly face Clockwork in one of these games.
Murray, boy, it took a lot of guts for him to get out in the field with me. I know he was scared, but he's got more heart than anyone I've ever known.
Yeah, so Murray gained courage over the course of the adventure.
Without his expertise, I'd have never found my way off that rooftop in Paris. A guy couldn't ask for a better gang of friends. Who could ever forget the lovely Carmelita? Looks like we're not going to be friends anymore. Now the clock
Poor Murray.
is out of commission. We're back to playing cops and robbers. I thought for sure she was going to slap the handcuffs on me right then and there. But instead, she was true to her word and gave me that 10-second head start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I felt bad leaving her stranded on that giant rock, but I knew it wouldn't be long before...
Wait, he stole the handcuff key too? Oh god! She's okay, believe it or not, but I'm not entirely sure how. At the apex of a volcano up in the Ural Mountains that, it was probably going to be at the center of some kind of tectonic event before too long, thanks to what Clockwork was doing, but okay, she's fine. She's just fine. Look at that, that's a pretty small voice cast. And that was Sly Cooper and the Thievius Raccoonus. Wow. Wow. This was a real pleasure, for me to play, and hopefully for all of you to watch. Again, this released in 2002 was probably, and I'm not an expert on, like, the year-by-year history of, like, the video game market in the early 2000s, but part of me wants to say, like, 02, 03, that's about the latest you could get away with producing an action platformer so pure and kind of mechanically undilute as this, that doesn't feel all that different in terms of central gameplay formula from, like, the later Spyro games. Or later games in the trilogy, I mean. And still sell nearly as many units and get the kind of marketing support that this game did, right? This was very much released at the end of a stylistic era, as games like GTA and, after that, Call of Duty kind of started to really change the market in terms of what people were looking for, expecting in a AAA game. Oh yeah, and Clockwork may or may not be still alive. Spoiler, he's not.
Sly, but the Thievius Raccoonus isn't fully restored. You're gonna have to go back and unlock all the...
We will, Bentley, we will.
There is some good news, though. A friend of mine in Japan just sent me this really cool movie. And guess what? It's all about us.
Yeah, you actually unlock the trailer used to promote the series. MC says Jack and Daxter was 01. Yeah, that makes sense. But also, Okami was 06 and Katamari Damacy was 04. Yeah, but those later two aren't action platformers. Certainly not undilute ones. Okami is kind of an action RPG, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know what in the hell Katamari Damacy is like. Oh, kind of like arcade action puzzle. If you pushed me to categorize it. I really like the animation here. Yeah, MC says Katamari Damacy is Katamari Damacy. That's the best descriptor, I think. But while we watch this, what are my thoughts on the game besides, you know, the fact that I quite unreservedly adore it? In every little way someone can love a video game or a video game franchise. I think as, like, pretty standard action platformers go, it's incredibly strong. It's a little on the short side, but many of them were. And it uses an incredibly focused gameplay design where there's not 800 different kinds of collectibles scattered around massive areas, but a larger number than you would expect of fairly small areas hosting mini-game challenges or very deliberately designed and curated platforming challenges which were clearly meant to be completely mechanically and aesthetically distinct from one another. So even though you may be using the same moveset, say to progress through the Boneyard Casino and Miss Ruby's Swamp as Sly when you're in the primary platforming mode, no two stages are going to, or stages within chapters, I should say, are going to look and feel identical. There were, for instance, far more security measures, lasers and spotlights and all of that, for us to avoid in Raleigh's stage, or stages, at the start of the game, than there were in Ms. Ruby's, since her base was so low-tech. Instead, we had to contend with more unusual types of enemies or non-traditional navigation there. There was that stage where we ran from the Beast. And the mini-games, such as they are, and there's quite a few of them in this entry, are generally pretty good. The worst of them, in my opinion, being the races, just because I'm not a huge fan of races tacked on to my platformers or other types of games. It's not my thing, I understand there's a market for it. They're totally inoffensive. Not bad at all. The Cooper van controls like a little RC car. It's got weight, it's bouncy, it's kind of like an RC Mako from Mass Effect. I love it. And most of the rest, those involving the twin-stick shooting mechanics, the turret sections, the, what else? I know I'm missing one, sorry. I mentioned those. Those kind of categorize most of them. They're all perfectly good. Really, really nice diversions from the main gameplay style. I do wish that the last two principal chapters, Ms. Ruby and the Panda King stages, had slightly fewer mini-games and maybe one or two additional platforming stages because the core platforming in this game feels so good. Like maybe we could have gotten rid of the Piranha Lake stage in Miss Ruby's world and the race in the Panda Kings. But as it is, everything we've been presented with here is really, really good. The stealth mechanics, such as they are quite simple. You stay out of the searchlights and flashlights and don't touch the security lasers, but I think that actually works for this game, because at its core, it's still an action platformer. It's not a stealth game. It incorporates light stealth elements to give the moment-to-moment gameplay a slightly different, actually pretty significantly different feel than a lot of other games, dig? And something else that I appreciate is, going back to the theme of diversity, how every boss fight is mechanically distinct from one another. There's only one out-and-out slugfest in the entire game, and inexplicably it's the second-to-last boss fight, and also far and away the easiest. But we had a rhythm game. We had one boss fight where you couldn't make contact with the opponent whatsoever and had to manipulate the arena. We had one where you had to spend most of the fight running from the boss and attacking in very, very narrow windows. That was the first fight in the game. Just Whoa, hold on. Just a lot of really cool stuff here that hey, Exit, how's it going, man? Good evening, hope you're doing well. A lot of good stuff here that I'm hoping we will get to see iterated upon in future installments of the series. Little spoiler warning, we will. Let's see, MC says, I was thinking of other action platformers after the 2002 era mark. Enslaved Odyssey to the West is one. A very good game that's a little rough. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about it. We have one last thing to do before we're done here, though. Since we defeated Clockwork, and I guess learned quote-unquote owl language from his base, we need to go back to the Flaming Temple one last time to crack open its vault and get the last page of the Thievius Raccoonus. No big deal, because we still get to enjoy that wonderful background music. Oh, wait till we get to Sly 2, though, guys. It's amazing. As such as it is, I have very, very few complaints with Sly 1. Again, those of you familiar with my style of, I'll be very generous and say reviewing games, know that I like to evaluate a game based on what's there instead of maybe what's not, or how effectively it executed what it attempted to. And there's very few things here that I think aren't well done. Again, the worst of it is just kind of competently done. I didn't have any major issues. Aside from, it must be said, the PS3 remaster, for whatever reason, I think it's probably a frame rate issue, botching the timing of Ms. Ruby's rhythm game, making that portion of the game function in a completely unintended manner. Other than that, though, this is solid. My only complaint is that maybe we should have had a little bit more platforming and a few less minigames, and more game here. Like, that's a glowing positive to me, though, when the most pointed criticism I can offer something is I wish there were more of it. So, yeah, such as it is, this'll get maybe a 9 from me? Good, very good, with very few flaws in the final product, but not the idealized form of this formula quite yet. It's close, though. It's real close. And for 2002, that's pretty damn impressive. Even though the graphics have been touched up with this remaster or remake collection, look up, if you need convincing, video of the original 2002 PS2 release. The game looked friggin' brilliant back then, and its visuals still hold up quite well, thanks to the whole exaggerated cel-shaded comic book thing they were going for. It's good stuff. And Sly 2 looks, feels, and plays, according to my memories, and I hope this holds up, even better. So, let's look forward to that. Oh, and keep the comparisons we've been making with some other games in mind, because we're going to make a lot of them once we hit Sly 2. Sly 2 is, by and large, well, I should say Sly 2 through 4, but Sly 2 is the first game I played, well, obviously, in the series that did a lot of the things we're going to be discussing. Because that little sub-trilogy of games is the reason why, by and large, I'm as harsh on many contemporary design trends as I am. When it comes to aesthetics, when it comes to game feel, all of that. You'll see.
Otherwise, this code would have been unsolvable. Input 932.
932. Alright. What is the final page of the Raccoon Almanac? What do we got?
Amazing! Colonel Reed Cooper's time stopper technique. Press the triangle button and execute a flashbang that will stun all guards in the world for a few seconds. I can see how this might be useful and entertaining too.
Oh, well, that's actually very useful. if you want to go back and play around in previously
At long last,
discovered stages,
the Raccoonus restored to its
might be
original
fun.
state. The first time I held the whole thing under my arm since I was 8 years old. The same weight that all my ancestors had felt beneath their arms as they had passed it on. Although, while other family members may have been great thieves, they all inherited the book. I got a chance to earn it. I had taken down the Fiendish Five, having used the moves my ancestors taught me, and become a master thief along the way. The time had come for me to chronicle my own adventures into the great book.
Yep, showtime, kids.
This is gonna be fun.
Whew, baby. And that sets us up for Sly 2, Band of Thieves. Is this the same credit scroll? Okay, tell you what. I'm going to go run to the restroom and grab myself another drink. In the meantime, we'll just let this roll, okay? And then we'll be back for Sly 2. Hopefully we should get through a chapter or two today. Fair warning. Warning, I say it as if it's a bad thing. Chapters and individual stages in the next Sly games are much, much longer. They've got a lot more meat, a lot more substance to them. I really like that, and hopefully you will too. We'll be right back.
You've done it, Sly! The Thievius Raccoonus is complete! Now, try beating all the Master Thief sprints to unlock the designer's commentary. Once you've unlocked them all, I've got a special behind-the-scenes movie to show you.
And we're back. Thank you for your patience. Ugh. Now, let me really quickly explain what we're missing or what we're leaving behind in Sly 1. It's one teensy tiny little thing, but we will not be completing the Master Thief time trials available for each platforming stage. No particular reason, save that they, aside from like a couple short little bonus movies, don't give you anything, and nothing whatsoever to do with like the lore or anything like that. So we've gathered all of the real content in the game, you know what I mean? So with that, we are going to... No. Yeah, MC says they unlock dev commentary and making of movies on completion. That's right. Which are both really, really cool. I love games with developer commentary tracks. I think Deus Ex Human Revolution did that, which is absolutely fantastic. It's available from the start in that game as well. And wish more studios would devote their time to something like that. But, oh, do we have to restart the whole game for this to work? I think we do. I think we have to restart the entire game. Hold on. So, PS Now menu. Yep. It's the one downside to the Sly collection as far as I recall. You have to, like, sign in or restart the game to swap from title to title. It's something that's distressingly common with these remaster collections. I'm not entirely sure why. Not universal amongst them, but it's a thing. Anyhow, this allows us to slide on into Sly Cooper 2, Band of Thieves, which brings us, among other things, a refined, more clearly comic book kind of like, spy thriller-inspired art style that'll be with us for the remainder of the series. Really looking forward to this one. Now, I've spoken at length, or teased, something very different about Sly 2, Sly 3, Sly 4. Something that impacted the way I thought about games for over a generation and does to this day. Here it is. Like, no reservation. I do wish Seth was here for this, because I think she'd really, really enjoy this. From this point on, the series is something of an open world game. Yeah, proto-open world. And here's the thing. Sly uses its open spaces, its non-linear spaces and progression, more frugally and responsibly than any other open-world franchise I've ever seen. Here's why. There's not massive spaces full of nothing. There's small, dense spaces full of story, mandatory missions, and objectives. And short of a couple little, side activities you can do to unlock upgrades, absolutely nothing else. In other words, this big open space, well, big for the time, right? This was, still mid-PS2 lifespan. Only serves to facilitate and to geographically locate these, distinct instances that each mission takes place inside. You do a little bit of the mission outside in the open world, quote-unquote. Then, you make your way into, I don't know, a club basement or a discotheque or something that you can't access outside of that mission and complete mission-specific objectives and progression there. It's really cool, and it uses its pseudo-open world, as I've said, very, very well. And it uses environmental storytelling and theming super well, as the first game did. This continues the trend, friends, of each chapter providing us with environments bathed in a very distinct, rich color palette, a color-based theme for that environment, and often for its boss. And again, the bosses, their personality, their character, their presence, dominates and shapes the entire chapter in which they appear. So, it really does feel like the combination of unique environments, unique color palettes, and unique bosses tied strongly to the narrative of each chapter help to create a distinct air for each section of gameplay. Does that make sense? It's not like, let me use a game I dislike for many reasons, none more so than its story. Ghost Recon Wildlands, where, yeah, you're going after all of these characters who do have backstories and do have personalities and all that, but they're just in regular houses, and a couple of them are out in the middle of nowhere. You just run into them, and or like the Cult of Cosmos from Assassin's Creed Odyssey. All these characters with distinct backstories, right? But none of them are encountered in unique contexts that make them feel distinct from one another. It doesn't feel like you're going to 50 exotic locales and hunting 50 exotic opponents. You're just kind of grinding away through Faceless Lieutenant after Faceless Lieutenant in one big, sprawling open world that doesn't have a lot of character in a lot of its places, right? Sly shows us how we can do this better. And how we should. Because, and this is no joke, when I was playing, I want to say either Assassin's Creed 2 or Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, I remember contemplating the structure of, like, sequences, as chapters are called in Assassin's Creed, based around individual antagonists, right? There would be one chapter where you're, in Brotherhood, for instance, where you're going after Juan Borgia the Elder, like the papal banker. And the next chapter, you go after Baron Octavien de Valois, in the Campania district, outside or on the outskirts of Rome. And in the next chapter, you have to save an actor playing Jesus from a Spanish assassin, and so on. So individual chapters, individual villains, and ostensibly the environments and the missions should give that villain some flavor, and they kinda didn't. They just showed up at the end after you hear their name a couple times and you stab them and that's it. And I thought, oh, I know where I've felt this before. The gameplay loop, the world exploration, the emphasis on verticality and dexterity of character movement. It's gonna sound crazy, but I hope you'll see what I mean and see that maybe I'm not. Assassin's Creed, its whole formula, this genre-defining formula, is just a worse version of Sly 2 and 3. That's all it is. It's Sly 2 and 3 without the flavor. MC says, are you saying Sly is Sly? Oh, absolutely. Speaking of, let's hop in. Sly 2 Band of Thieves. One of my favorite games of all time. 2004, just 2 years later now, they were able to develop this. And this game is much longer. It's got an intro stage and 8 chapters. More than any other entry in the series, though not necessarily more content. So we start here in Cairo, I believe, breaking into the Museum of Natural History. We also now get splash screens like this for just about every major character, which I just adore. The whole series leans more and more into its comic book espionage film inspirations over time. And yeah, let's just hop right on in.
This is Peking Duck. I hear you, Blizzard.
No, Sly, I'm the wizard, and you're Sitting Duck.
I read you loud and clear, Lizard.
No, I'm... Forget it, you're not taking this seriously.
Yeah, I'm not. Look, Bentley, I know this is your first time out in the field, but you've gotta loosen up. If we're gonna get to those clockwork parts, I need you on your toes. So in plain talk, what's your status?
Well, I've established myself in the basement, and I'm pretty sure I can rewire the service elevator if you can power it up from that security station.
Hang tough, pal. It might take some time, but I'll figure out a way to get up there.
Yeah, so couple things to point out. First of all, look at that shiny new health bar in the upper left-hand corner. Yes, indeed. Our hero can now take far more than one hit and keep slugging, but, quite unfortunately for him, so can his enemies. Yeah, now we have to beat enemies into submission, but we've got a few nice new tricks we can apply to do so. First off, graphics. Looks just a little bit nicer than the first game, doesn't it? It's really impressive what they were able to pull off. We've got our standard swings of the cane. They still feel as good as ever, but if we hold down the attack button, we could charge up and perform a spin attack, which is quite nice. We also have an uppercut we can perform with the cane. This ties into a move that we'll be using extensively as Sly. Our double jump is still there and still feels as good as ever. We've got all of the Master Thief, I want to say, like, navigation moves we acquired from the last game. So the Ninja Spire jump is there, the Rail Walk and Rail Grind are. We can't go invisible, nor do we have any of the other special abilities. MC says the graphics are cleaner too. Yeah, absolutely, they are. They really are. This is quite impressive. And we can now sprint by holding down the R1 button. No stamina, none of that garbage. We can just sprint indefinitely. With the trade-off being, this naturally creates more noise and may alert guards to our position. We can also just smash stuff. Notice our coins here have this strange sigil. It looks like the world encircled by Clockwork's wings, but it's not necessarily. Do not touch. Oops. Something we're going to want to keep in mind is the plot as it was introduced to us. We'll get more details in a minute, but yeah, we're breaking into this natural history museum in order to steal back certain parts of Clockwork's armor which were scavenged from the Krekar volcano. Because, we have suspicions that maybe they're a little bit less dead than we would like. Oh wait, no, sorry. This is the sigil that adorned the coins, I believe. But it's also, or a version of it is also the sigil of the antagonists faction in this game. Invert... Oh, no, invert binocucom, yes. Invert turret controls, yes. We now access our first-person view by clicking in the right stick instead of pressing one of the shoulder buttons, which I think just makes a little bit more sense. It's more in keeping with modern controller mapping sensibilities anyhow. So we got this nice little set piece of creeping along a skeleton, a fossilized skeleton. And now we can let in the other members of the gang. Or Bentley, at least. And yeah, something really cool about this game, all 3 members of the Cooper gang are playable. Each of them have their own play style, and can only be used to accomplish specific objectives. The best stages in the entire game are those where you switch back and forth between multiple or all 3 members of the gang to accomplish really elaborate heists and other goals. As he says, the joy of memorizing dozens of key mappings for games because everyone was experimenting. Right! I remember as a kid all the time getting really invested in one game or another, then playing another game in the same genre, and constantly tripping over the controls because they were mapped entirely differently.
Murray should be moving into position for your rendezvous. I'll stay here and provide computer support while you go on ahead.
So yeah, Bentley's in the field. He's got himself a little crossbow and a safari hat. Just adorable. And we're heading up to meet with Murray, who is also here. Out in the field again. Notice a ton of the art from the first game is here on the walls, as well as old relics that we can smash for maybe some coin. Oh, and look, this is concept art of Sir Raleigh, I think, from the first game. MC says it does make older games harder to access. It does. It does. At the same time, it's really interesting to see the types of bindings and mappings that people thought might catch on. So the Natural History Museum has these guards, these pig security guards, just toting around flashlights. No weapon, I don't believe, because we will never fight them directly. They're just set dressing here. And because we'll never see it anywhere else, the name of our current mission in the lower right-hand corner is Cairo Museum Break-In. Nice and descriptive.
Attention all guards. This is the network administrator. We're installing some new software into the security mainframe, so don't be alarmed if the systems get turned off for a while. Thank you. You're all doing a great job.
So yes, PA announcements are still a thing, and they're as great as they ever were in the first game. This time Bentley got to give one. We can also collect health from destructibles. And trust me, at a couple different points, we will likely need it. And coins here serve a very different purpose. We obviously don't get life or anything when we collect X amount of them, but instead they serve a more traditional purpose.
Parts are being stored up there. Now to get access, you're gonna have to meet up with Murray at the rendezvous point. Unfortunately, the route through the garden is filled with guards.
No problem. I'll just take the long way around.
If memory serves, you need to jump and hit the circle button to run along ropes.
The animation of characters' faces and their expressions during the Binocucom segments are also more developed in this game, I feel. And again, guys, for 2002 PS4, this is pretty elaborate. There's a lot going on screen that isn't, like, essential to progression. You've got the traffic rumbling around the streets of Cairo, these pigeons taking off as we draw near. Like, there was a lot of care put into visual presentation in this game. Okay, so here we'll need Murray, I think. And Murray has Murray's grown just a little bit more brave since the first game. In fact, from this point on, he serves as the Cooper gang's muscle.
Citizen, I hope you weren't harmed by my meteoropic entrance.
No, Murray, I kept at a safe distance.
Good, good. The Thunderflop knows neither friend nor foe, only destruction.
Yeah, could you maybe channel some of that raw energy into the security?
Murray serves one purpose, and one purpose alone, in this franchise from here on. Sorry, the Murray. He calls himself the Murray because he is just objectively the best character, and I love him. His sole purpose is to destroy.
All clear.
He has the biggest heart and is the kindest member of the gang, but he's also going to murder way more people than any other character in this franchise by the end. Oh, Lord. Also, playing as Murray, fantastic. All three of these characters control fantastically.
Another barrier stands before you. Fear not, I shall bend it like the truth.
Watch this. It's just absurd.
Solid work, Murray. You're really in the zone.
My hulking frame is too much for that puny rope. You go ahead and unlock the doors from the inside. I'll be waiting in the hallway.
Chucked that stone statue like 20 meters. Incredible. MC says, it's fun that action platformers had to keep older game token collection, then mainly for score, and then health to make arcades more amusing, and that became the basis for collectathons. Now that you think about it, yeah, really. And some of them were really elaborate. Even the earlier collectathons. Speaking of, did you know that Sucker Punch's first, like, really heavy-hitting title was a collectathon for the N64? You might actually have heard of it, MC, given the types of games in the area you're interested in. It was called Rocket Robot on Wheels. And it was set in this futuristic theme park that you had to slowly take back from a crazed carny or something.
I don't get it, Sly. The Clockwork
It was apparently very good.
This is all wrong. We need to pull the plug on this operation right now.
Freeze, Cooper.
Inspector Fox. As beautiful and unpredictable as ever.
Whereas you crooks are so predictable.
Carmelita has her first new voice actress in this game.
Crime? I haven't stolen anything. Yet.
Oh, really? Then who broke in last night and made off with all the clockwork parts? You've got the motive.
Someone already stole the parts?
Don't play dumb with me. It might not have been him, Carmelita. The method of entry and guard casualties all point to this being a Claw Gang job.
The Claw Gang?
Constable Neela, I allowed you to sit in on this stakeout as a favor to the Contessa. I really don't need any help. Oh, I think you might. Look at the facts. Facts! Sly Cooper is right here. I caught him red-handed. I'm just saying that there are other criminals in the world other than... Sly Cooper! After him!
Right, so a few things going on here.
Can't run forever!
Oh, notice a small facsimile of the Panda King's statue in the background. Really quickly to summarize, so I don't have to just, like, attempt to waddle my way through exposition while navigating through a video game. That's never worked out well for me. We were introduced to a new character, one of Carmelita's colleagues at Interpol, Constable Neela, who is either meant to be from India or Sri Lanka, I think. It's not particularly important, save, I think, for one bit later on. And apparently they work for an agent codenamed Contessa. We might see more of them later on. But all the clockwork parts that were stored in Cairo's museum have been lifted, and ostensibly by an organization called the Claw Gang. We'll get into this later on, but since, due to age rating restrictions, they couldn't come right out and say it, it's heavily alluded to, though, the Claw Gang are an international drug cartel. So we've gone from generic doomsday villains to Sly fighting a cartel. And the Claw Gang are honestly a lot of fun. We'll see a lot of them throughout the rest of the game, obviously, and we begin this game as we do basically all of them, running from Carmelita.
Shake a leg, Murray. It's time to go.
Hold still.
Alright, Murray's got this. Murray can keep up, too. Look at him. And Bentley.
Yeah, well, this is where things get fun.
Pump those little legs, man. Oh, look at all of the armor from Sir Raleigh's museum. This is the only time where we'll see a lot of assets from the first game reappear, and it's not at all due to laziness, but rather due to a sense of wanting to remind players of where they've been. Little tiny bit of fan service. Done respectfully, and in a small measure. I dig it. Carmelita's aim here may actually be even worse than it was in the first game, which is A-okay by me.
This is getting a little hot. You guys go warm up the van. I'll keep Carmelita busy.
Yeah, let's make it to our escape van.
Pick me up at the rendezvous.
MC says, I've heard of it, never played it though. I haven't either, Rocket that is. But I've heard it's very good for what it was. It was published by Ubisoft, I think. MC says another thing this game does that few would, make allies follow you in action sequence. Oh yeah, the gang is going to spend a lot of time in the field together in this game. Not more than they do alone, but as I said, a lot of missions, and some of the very best ones, involve 2 or all 3 members of the gang working in concert, whether that's actively, together in the same area, or swapping back and forth to accomplish objectives in different areas. It's handled usually really well in this game. Hopefully by the time we're done with this franchise, even if I haven't created any new hardcore Cooper Gang adherents, everybody will be able to understand why this is one of my favorite properties of all time. Gotta get that money. Trust me, we want the money. We desperately want the money. Alright, to the getaway van. And into our intro movies.
Find you, Cooper.
Which also look much nicer. The animated cutscenes.
Carmelita's just as angry as ever. She's really quite lovely when she's angry. That Constable Neela... was a reference to the Claw Gang just a slip of the tongue, or an intentional clue? Either way, it's our only lead on the missing Clockwork parts. Clockwork. He was consumed with jealousy for the Cooper clan's thieving reputation. Is it inappropriate to refer to him as a monster? No, not at all. What kind of person stays alive for hundreds of years with the express intention of wiping out a rival's family line? Imagine the hatred fueling that first decision to replace his mortal body with soulless machinery. Ultimately, it did the trick. Clockwork lived on. He caught up with my parents, and I wound up in an orphanage. It's there that I met my pals, Bentley, the brains of our outfit, and Murray, the brawn. They turned out to be all the family I needed. 2 years ago, I thought I'd finished it. How naive to think I could so easily put an end to that kind of hatred. And now he's back. In pieces, sure, but the threat is real. Does the Claw Gang even realize what they've stolen? I don't know what's in my future, but I won't let it be a repeat of my past.
Now that's how you do a friggin' intro. Not too long, sets the stage, introduces the principal cast, gives you a pretty nice range of set pieces. It's good stuff. MCS gotta buy upgrades? In this game, yes, that's how we'll be getting most of our upgrades. Not all of them. There's a handful we get through more traditional means by the standards of the series. But we can buy the vast majority of our upgrades with loot we acquire throughout the world, or get our hands on a bit more directly. And it's actually handled very well. Most of the upgrades aren't prohibitively expensive, and you only need a couple of them to progress through the game. And those are very clearly, like, telegraphed. You will be told, like, you cannot complete this mission without X. And usually by that point, X will have been available for a good little while. So we're not going to be, like, farming for coins or anything like that. We will have enough to get everything we need. And everything I want, because a lot of the non-essential upgrades in this game, unlike in the first one, are actually useful and a whole lot of fun. When the following icon appears, okie dokie then. So, we're gonna be tracking down the Claw Gang and attempting to recover their clockwork parts from them. We have, like, a cutscene viewer available from the start, which is nice. And in this game, if you allow the screen, like the episode select, to idle on certain chapters long enough, I believe after clearing them, a little icon with the Thievius Raccoonus and a square button will appear in the lower left-hand corner. You could press that button at that time to access behind-the-scenes movies, like Little Dev documentaries, which are really, really cute. But our first stop in our battle against the Claw Gang is Paris, France, to take on eccentric nightclub owner Dimitri Lesteau, who is one of my favorite characters in the franchise. Time for the Black Chateau. Dimitri's got a lovely design. Something we won't hear about directly in this game, I think, but is canon, is I want to say he learned English exclusively by watching music videos. That's kind of important. He just, like, binge-watched, like, music videos or music programs, and that's where he learned all his English. Okay, let's dive right on in. You'll get to see this pseudo-open world for the first time, and see how it's really just better Assassin's Creed.
I had to call in a few favors to get the goods on the Claw Gang's local operator, Dimitri, a sort of underworld celebrity, equally at home in high-class art circles and shady back-alley crimes. He was once a passionate young art student who worked hard to develop his own visionary style. Unfortunately, the art world wasn't quite ready for his kinetic aesthetic. So he gave them what they wanted and started forging old masterpieces. His way of punishing those with bad taste. Dimitri now runs a nightclub on the west side. The thumping music, colorful light shows, and a hint of danger lure in chic young patrons from far and wide. And it's here, hidden somewhere, where we'll find the Clockwork tail feathers. What Dimitri plans to do with the Clockwork part is beyond me. But those plans end tonight.
So, each member of the Claw Gang will use their clockwork parts to enhance their operations in various ways. Our first goal in each stage is usually to figure out, well, where are the parts and what are they being used for, so we can plan an infiltration to get our hands on them. So welcome to Paris! Or more specifically, welcome to Dimitri's nightclub, as it's kind of isolated on this little island here. Each chapter will give us a safe house, a kind of hub where we can buy upgrades and swap between playable characters. Right now we can only play as Sly, however. Are there any upgrades we can buy up from the jump? Yes, but none we can equip yet. MC says this game feels Thief with its cutscenes. I really like the cutscenes in the series. They get better as time goes on. And MC says, yeah, first two Thief games were 98 and 2000. I thought so. I thought they were right around the turn of the millennium. Okay, so here's how this works. We're going to choose Sly, and we will immediately, this is pretty standard, be thrust into our first job or mission for this stage.
Real pleasure robbing
I share in your enthusiasm, but before we hit the inside, we'll need to do a little reconnaissance work.
What do you have in mind?
I've installed this special antenna on the safe house to help with our first job, hacking into Dimitri's satellite array. The coordinates for the job start beacon have been uploaded to your binocucom. Make your way to this position, and I'll give you a full briefing on our objective.
I'm on my way.
Yep, so make your way to a holographic marker, and you'll be able to begin a mission. And as I said, the really cool thing about most of this game's missions, or this series' missions from here on out, is... Yes, thank you, Bentley. You can ping your markers like that without having to go into first person to, like, use the binocucom, which is a nice little quality of life measure. But most missions take place partially within the, I guess, open world, and partially, within specially crafted environments that feel, well, a bit more impactful than the standard environs you would be slugging through constantly. Oh, guards. Hello. Yeah, one other thing to mention. Each villain in this game, each boss, has 3 types of guards. 2 standard enemy palettes that operate a little differently from one another, and a flashlight guard. Dimitri has rats and frogs as his standard guards, and those large pistol-toting boars you may have seen as his flashlight guards. As he says, Paris and rats. Oh yes, yes, of course. The coins here use this seashell. No, it's not a seashell motif. I'm sorry, it's Dimitri's tail. Never noticed that before. I always thought it was a shell. That's really cool, actually. So, you notice that clue bottles made a bit of a comeback, and now there's 1 vault per chapter. Collect all the clue bottles and access the vault. All the clue bottles will always be on the overworld, for the record. And you will get to unlock a special ability for Sly. It will always be for Sly. I think. I don't think the other guys get anything. As he says, Paris and rats, cliche, but would easily be seen as racist. Yeah. Yeah, this game in particular leans really heavily into, or I guess this chapter, Parisian stereotypes. The only time I see imagery used in the Sly series that could be so problematic as to be seen as racist, aside from the Panda King's atrocious dialogue and delivery in the first game, is in Chapter 3 of the 4th game, and oh boy are we gonna have to have a discussion about that once we get there. So I don't know if I want to go for all clue bottles in every chapter right off the bat. Depends on how long the search would take us, I think. Like, right now I'm collecting these pretty quickly, but if it takes too terribly long, I don't want to force you guys to sit through that. So I may do that off screen. Who knows? Anytime you see briefcases or more formal-looking Destructibles, good idea to smash them. They probably contain more coins than you would expect. And as you can see, the open world for Paris is a pretty decent size. Not too big, though. And every little bit of the world has a kind of distinct visual flair or unique elements in it, like this grappling hook mounted truck, odd, that are not found anywhere else. And that's because almost everything in ye olde open world has some kind of mission relevance in this game. This is one of my favorite stages in the game over here. We'll get inside later. All we want for now is the clues. And fortunately, you can hear them kind of tinkling on the floor, like bouncing around back and forth at a much greater effective distance in this game than you could in the first, which is, again, a nice, thoughtful little quality of life adjustment made for the grander scope of areas in this game. That's Dimitri's disco, and it's the best. What's behind the disco? MC says, I don't really dislike stereotypes, but that would be because it's an interesting medium of self-critique or an outsider understanding to examine. I get the utility there. I'm just not a massive fan because they're often used to reinforce really nasty ideas about groups, individuals, places, things. And that particular use of them is so prolific that it's effectively ubiquitous with the phenomenon. So it's not really something I can support. Now, a lot of the stereotypical aesthetics you see, like just what we think of when we think of Parisian art and architecture, or Indian art and architecture, or what have you, that's usually way less problematic. And in this case, hey, DJ T-Stomp, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for joining us. They say, I low-key wish Guru was a regularly playable character in the third game. We will talk about, like, all of the characters who should have been more heavily involved in the third game once we get around there, but trust me, I generally agree with you. Generally, from Sly 2 on, unless we're playing as Murray, we probably want to stay off the streets as much as we can, because they are usually teeming with guards, and guards that are a damn sight more aware of their surroundings than those from the first game. Now here's where it gets a little tricky. We've got 10 clue bottles left. We've not explored the square around Dimitri's nightclub yet. Also, it's a minor thing, or something that's easy to overlook, I think. This soundtrack is jazzy as all hell. I love it. It really evokes the feeling of classic espionage films, which I absolutely adore, for the record. Something I can't say enough, how much I love, like, old spy and heist films. Oh, one thing Sly can do, while sneaking up behind enemies, is press the circle button repeatedly to pick their pocket. Oh, and that little triangle button uppercut I mentioned? You can use it to knock guards in the air and follow it up with, oh, have we not learned that attack yet? Might have to learn it first. But suffice it to say, the uppercut is part and parcel to Sly's one-hit KO move. The Pimp Cane lost some of its power between the first and second game. MC says, yeah, and the tinge of the accordion for the locale. That is true, although, like, the Sly series overall is fairly fond of accordions in its soundtracks, which I do not mind at all. I love the sound of accordions, concertinas, similar instruments. Whoa, 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 whoa. Now, what do we have? Where could those last 5 bottles be? Again, don't want to take up too much time looking for them, but I do want to give the area a good once-over. Oh, there's one right here, right next to La Stinky Cheese. Because, of course. It's a franchise, apparently. Okay. We've got just a handful of clues left to find, and I'm certain that I can. Oh, here one. Now the sound faded, so it's gotta be on the other side of the street. Or on the rooftops. Ah, there it is. Or a snake, it would have bitten me. You see this guard has a glowing pocket? That means we definitely want to pick it because he's carrying a piece of unique loot. Not unique, I shouldn't say, but especially valuable loot that we can sell back at the hideout. Oh, it's a minor thing too, but if you strike an unaware enemy in this game with a move that doesn't instantly kill them, you will temporarily stun them, causing them to collapse and be open for a follow-up attack. Okay. Let's think, just 2 more. Possible we missed something near the disco? I'm being this thorough here in part because I kind of want to show you guys how these things work in Sly 2. Odds are good, I'll gather clue bottles and all of that largely off-screen, but not crack the vaults in following videos. MC says you left the bottle on the rooftop behind, by the way. The one that I noticed, I don't think so. We'll see, though. We'll do one more lap. Huh, huh. Well, it's not over here. I don't hear anything here either. Is it near the hotel? Doesn't sound like it. Yeah, this is how clue hunts always go in Sly 2. You just gather them left, right, and center, and then there's the... Oh, I did! Silly me. And then there's those last 2 that just drive you insane. If we can't even hear them, they've got to be pretty far out of the way, too. Alright, well... I mean, we've gotten plenty of coins from our little exploration of the city. So maybe we should just... Yeah, let's carry on with our main mission here. Satellite sabotage. Oh wait, no, we've got some loot here, hold on. Thank you, sir. Most standard treasures come in 3 kind of grades of value. Bronze, silver, gold. Nice and simple. Okay, let's begin the mission.
I need you to hack into Dimitri's communication array so that we'll have access to his database.
How am I supposed to do that?
To start, you'll need to get to the top of that tower. Then reposition the satellite dish to point at my safe house antenna. If you want to climb on stuff, jump and hit the circle button to grab hold. Try climbing up that pipe.
Right. Jump and press the circle button to climb pipes. I'm on it.
Alright, this is nice and simple. Just maneuver around the rooftops, interact with a few items. Nice and simple first phase of the mission.
Holographic markers near interactive objects like the satellite dish. When you're near these markers, press the circle button to use the object. Great, the first one's in position.
Alright, now we can use our holographic markers to identify our next mission objectives.
Locate your next objective.
Something I'll be doing very liberally because Old Brady and navigation, you know, not the best of friends. That's antenna number 2. You would think Dimitri or his guards would catch on to this, right? But no. No.
Only one more to go. Activate your thief fast amateur by pressing the L3 button to find the last dish waypoint. Remember, the view is always better from a rooftop.
Alright, so it's on the roof of the hotel.
You can hold down the R1 button while walking to break into a fast run, but be careful, as this is sure to be loud enough to alert any guards in the vicinity.
Hold on, I thought I heard a clue. But nope, no dice. Alright. Let's reconfigure that. And we're in. I think. Yep, that's what a wireless connection looks like. Now, that is the quickest and probably simplest job in the entire game. I'm pretty sure that one was included just to get players accustomed to moving around an open world.
Your next job is to break into the nightclub and take some reconnaissance photos.
This is a more standard first mission for a post Thievius Raccoonus Sly game's first stage of a chapter. Break into the opponent's base, or the enemy's base, and start taking some recon photos that Bentley can use to plan out a heist. And we do so by just walking in. Walking into like a secure employees-only basement.
Good to see you, little buddy.
With Murray, of course, meaning people are about to die.
Started by those rats. Bentley thought you might like some help clearing them out.
Sounds like fun. You and me, back to back?
Totally. Outnumbered, fighting impossible odds. It's perfect.
All right, pal. Let's get to it.
Fear the Murray.
So yeah, our goal here is simple. Just kill. Kill, kill, kill.
Hold on, Sly. Let me
As you may have noticed, Murray is something of a bulldozer. Oh, I love him for it.
over this thing. You'll have to double jump. Hit the X button to jump. Then, while in
Also, notice partner AI that's pretty competent in combat. I mean, the combat in this game's pretty simple, but all the same, that's still pretty impressive for the time.
I'm used to it. Thanks for the help.
anytime, partner.
Oh, thanks, Murray. Just gonna scavenge as many coins as we can here, because you know how it works. You build up a nice, healthy nest egg early on in a game like this, and you won't have to grind much later on. Now, of course, there's a couple special ways, short of pilfering loot from patrolling guards, to get a lot of money in a short span of time. We'll be playing around with that a bit more once we have access to it. There we go. Thank you, Murray. Now we've got to creep our way past some automated defenses. Oh yes, lasers and spotlights make a return, but this time they are harmful from the jump. We don't get a free violation of their field of coverage before they start dealing damage. So here we're going to have to creep under a table that apparently the lasers, incendiary though they are, doesn't affect whatsoever. It's a pretty good table. We're creeping in through what looks like a fairly derelict wine cellar. Oh, there's one of Dimitri's flashlight guards, carrying a really kickin' revolver. Alright, there we go. We'll just sneak on by. Believe it or not, the stealth in this stealth action game is actually more important in this this entry and future entries than it was in the first game, which I kind of approve.
This air vent leads into Dimitri's nightclub. Hit the circle button to crawl inside.
Alright, so welcome to the nightclub. It's appropriately lavish
In order to shut down those
and
yellow lasers,
well guarded.
you'll need to take out that guard.
Here's how we learn about Sly's, like, instant kill.
Knock him into the air. Then
You ready for this?
Square button to slam and finish him off. Got that? The triangle button, then
Yep,
the
yep,
square
yep.
button.
Dig this! That's our finisher. We just use our arcane to force them straight into the ground, head first. Again, you knew when Murray showed up that people were gonna die in this mission. We just didn't know that Sly was going to get probably the most visceral kill of the entire time.
That sneak attack slam move only works on guards who haven't seen you. Wait until this guy
Okay,
turns
let's see
his
here.
back, and then let him have it.
Whoops. Okay. It's alright, we don't take too much damage from laser fields, so we're good. There we go. And he's down, and somehow killing him instantly disabled the automated defenses. Not that I'm complaining. There we go, and we got some health from one of the chairs. See, destroying absolutely everything in sight is always beneficial.
Those rats, the sneak attack won't work. It's purely a stealth move.
Okay, so their line of sight isn't fantastic, thankfully. Giving me the opportunity to pilfer a little bit of coin from one of them, and then... Notice the other didn't even see me, they just heard the slam. Oh, and I was just about to get your unique treasure too. Dang it, rat. Alright. I do appreciate that you can send enemies, like, flying through destructible objects to break them. Really adds a sense of power to the combat, you know what I mean? We're almost to Dimitri's base of operations at this point, I think. MC says gives a bit of that Yakuza feel. Yeah, or like MCU, you know, like opponents sending each other smashing through just everything in the terrain. It's really sick.
Aha! Another air vent. Judging by the angle, it should lead to the printing press room.
Yeah, so Dimitri, as we mentioned, is a counterfeiter, and this brings us to his personal lair.
Jackpot! The heart of Dimitri's operation. Head for those windows. And
Here in
reconnaissance.
the largest air vent I've ever seen.
You know, click the right analog stick to bring up your binocucom. It's already outfitted with a spy cam. Slide. Use the right analog stick to zoom in and out on photo targets. Tap the R1 button to take a picture when you've got a good shot.
Right, so, we can see here that Dimitri is using the tail feathers to, forge, like, counterfeit bills. That's it. That's what he's using a piece of, like, an immortal owl god of murder for. Alright. And yes, we're going to have to take surveillance photographs for Bentley, which will always get us a little snippet of commentary and information that will remain relevant as he will use it to plan out all the rest of the missions that take place for the duration of the chapter. So there's a great deal of mechanical and narrative continuity in this game. I really like that.
Dimitri's using the clockwork tail feathers as printing plates. Given their rare alloy, they'll never wear out. Unlimited forged money.
Okay, now we need to take a photo of the power generator.
That generator seems to
Please
be
do not blow up
powering
generator.
systems down here.
And one of the big man himself.
That's our target, Dimitri, professional lounge lizard and international forger. That should do it, Sly. Head back to the safe house and we'll cook up a plan of attack.
Now we get to one of my favorite parts of the game. we will be given a series of missions prefaced by a little slideshow where Bentley lays out the plan for each.
The recon photos
These are
a
great.
grim reminder of what the modern thief is up against. Spotlights, stepped-up patrols. The sum of it all renders a direct assault impossible. To solve this puzzle, I'm going to need some more intelligence. First, replace this bugged painting with one Dimitri has in his office. Once in place, we should be able to listen in on his communications. Second, if you see the boss, tail him. We might learn something from studying his movements. Once we've got a proper understanding of the operation, those clockwork tail feathers are as good as ours.
So now, based off of those objectives, we have multiple missions we can kind of choose from. I think I'll start by replacing the bugged painting, because it's about as tricky as anything gets in this chapter. Let's see, what do we want to buy? Well, why don't we start by buying Sly's first upgrade, given that we're going to be spending more time in his shoes than anybody else's. A smoke bomb. This is actually super handy. We can assign it to one of a handful of buttons. I think I conventionally like to put it on one of the shoulder buttons, and it will allow you to obscure the vision of any guards who have seen you, rendering them vulnerable to an overhead, or one of those finishing slams, or alternatively giving you an opportunity to run away, depending on how you're feeling that day. So we will drop some coin on that, and go ahead and sell our ill-gotten gains for right around 50 coin. Not too bad.
Hey, Sly, you can bring up your binocucom by pressing the R3 button. You know, the right analog stick that adjusts the
So what do we have? Bug Dimitri's office, and follow Dimitri.
the new job starts I've placed around town. Plus, they'll let you read the job title.
Oh, notice that flashlight guards are on the streets now. Dimitri has in fact stepped up patrols, but you know the great thing about flashlight guards? They are often carrying some good loot. Such as a golden comb for all that luxurious hair. We also now have a little red energy gauge that determines exactly how many times we can use our special moves, like so. We'll go ahead and assign the smoke bomb to L1. Not super important, but just keeps us from spamming the more exploitable special moves in our arsenal. Okay, so let's bug Dimitri's office with a forged painting of our own.
Sly, I managed to outfit this forge.
You'll never be able to tell who it was.
I need you to sneak into Dimitri's office and swap it with the original.
Nice. So we'll be able to listen in on his conversations.
Yes, I thought things might go more smoothly with an ear on the inside. Just be careful with the fine art. Take any damage and the painting's ruined.
Yeah, so we cannot take a single hit for most of this mission. Doesn't mean we can't get in combat, we just cannot sustain any damage. Like I said, as difficult as anything is gonna get in this chapter. And indeed, there's a couple spots where things will get a little chancy, but nothing that I think we won't be able to handle, given that I was able to multiple times as a small child. Neither of them have the goods, nor would they be worth tangling with at this point. Yep, so we've got to break it to... Hey, Pooey, thank you so much for the hose. And Obsidian Vixen, thank you for the raid, my goodness. Thank you so much. It's quite a few new friends. Hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Good evening, good evening. Thanks for joining our Sly 2 stream. This is one of my favorite franchises of all time. I've not played through it in, oh goodness, years. And it is a real pleasure to be able to share it with you all. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you once again to Obsidian Vixen for the raid, and to Pooey for the host. Really appreciate you all. Thank you for being here. Pooey, how you doing? Doing alright, man, thank you. And yourself? Alright, so this will get us into Dimitri's office, or rather the section... Sarenmir, welcome. Thank you for the follow, too. Shoot! Oh, and now, this is something quite special that only happens a couple times over the course of the chapter. We get to hear Dimitri's theme as the background music for this section. All we've got to do is make it across the show floor and to that air vent. Then we can infiltrate his office.
That's alright. I never was one for the direct approach.
Well, because the indirect approach is way up there through that air vent.
Okay, so we can creep around the janitorial staff, unique enemies not seen anywhere else in the game, or with our one-hit stipulation that will cause us to reset back up here if we take any damage, we can try to take them on. What are you guys thinking? Hey, Seth, how's it going?
Hey, I'm so sorry for being late, but my friend just left, so...
No worries, no worries. Welcome to Paris.
Woo, Paris! Is that slide 2?
Yes, and the big switch up that I was hinting at is these games are basically very early open world titles.
Nice.
Except,
Hey,
the way I've
boy.
described it is they're Assassin's Creed, but like with flavor and enjoyable.
They're Assassin's Creed, only not crap.
Yes. Right now, we're attempting to recover the tail feathers of an ancient, immortal robo-owl god of murder from a forger named Dimitri Lestow, who owns a nightclub he uses to push extremely potent drugs sourced overseas. This is the first chapter in the game, and it starts this crazy.
Nice. So, the reason why I was so late is we were waiting for 2 hours for a Domino pizza delivery.
Jesus.
I called the pizza place twice, and they were like apologizing and saying like, yeah, the driver is on his way. Okay, fine. Then the driver calls, and my friend answers, and the driver is like, hey, can you come outside of the building so it's faster? And we were like, oh, well, sure, but we're now waiting for 2 hours for this pizza. And he was like, yeah, just come outside, like, so it's faster. Okay, he goes outside, and the dude gives him the pizza, and what he says is, oh, are you not gonna tip me? And my friend just started laughing in his face and closed the door.
Well, hey, you never know, right? Okay, so you're in Bavaria. 2+ hours. Maybe it was super authentic and you actually got it straight from Italy.
Yes, if, you know, the tomato sauce wasn't ketchup and the pizza was cold.
Maybe you got it from, like, a Domino's in Italy that hates you specifically.
Wow.
That's still, that's awful, though. God's sakes, I'm sorry.
Honestly, I wouldn't care if the Pope made the pizza himself at this point. And now I'm actually gonna write a very angry email to Domino's because fuck that. Like, I've never had in my entire life a delivery person ask me for a tip.
Oh yeah,
you know?
yeah, it's happened
like,
to me all of once.
Yeah, like, it's usually, you know, a customary thing. You do tip
Yeah.
people when they deliver it, but not when it takes 2 hours, and also when the guy knows it took 2 hours because you had a phone call with him previously, and also not after he asked you to come outside so it's faster for him.
Yeah, that's obscene. Pui says, doing okay? Glad to hear that, brother. And I've had my fair share of bad deliveries as well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I really do feel for the people working in that industry, especially during the pandemic. Like, God, it's gotta be hectic, right? But at the same time,
Yeah.
there's a difference between your pizza being, like, even an hour late and 2+ hours late. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, really
And,
quick?
Uh-huh.
Just if you want to catch this, we're about to get our first PA announcement from Dimitri, and as a reminder, he is the character who, in canon, learned all his English from early 2000s music videos.
Huh.
Get ready for this.
Dimitri, coming at you loud and clear. I've got to high-five you without my main men working the disco. Spice deals. Keep on moving that spice pipe, and do every home slice down in the special big money-making room. And nice and some jobs there, man, like that. Keep full steam ahead with my two Clockwork printing plates. All of us retire early. You picking up on what I'm throwing down? Peace out.
Ah, God, Dimitri's the best. Sorry, Seth, you were saying?
Oh yeah. What I wanted to say is that so my friend came over because we were building a fence for my garden so that Beppo can like run around.
Lovely.
So we were building the fence. We were digging the holes with a spoon because I didn't have a shovel. We were also using a metal saw to cut some parts of the fence. That took us less than it took Domino's to deliver the pizza.
Goodness gracious. Pui says, I only tip if I think the service was good, aka I rarely give tips when ordering stuff. I ordered a pizza once as well. The place was completely empty and still took over an hour to make it. I could have gone home, put a pizza in the oven, and driven back to the LAN party myself quicker. Well,
yeah.
If it was totally empty, I imagine somebody had to drive there and open that sucker up. I'm sorry, that was a terrible attempt at a joke, but there you are.
Nice.
Here, it's like customary to tip delivery drivers because they get paid very, very poorly otherwise.
Yeah.
So I do, like, 10 to 20% usually.
Yeah, here you tip people by default, so...
Yeah, same here.
People in a restaurant, in a bar, everywhere. You just tip all over the place, and yeah, it's 20% usually.
Okay.
But, you know, for people to ask you for a tip, it's still...
NCS, Brady, you worked 2 hours on that joke, didn't you? It left me ice cold. Like the pizza?
That still hurts, man. Too soon.
Also, notice, we replaced Dimitri's prized print of the Scream with a bugged painting that I'm certain he will not be able to differentiate from the original article. Also, can we take a moment to appreciate, I mean, I've destroyed all the furniture in here, but how swanky Dimitri's office is? I love the purple and gold tones. You missed it, but his office chair was one of those eggshell-shaped, like, recliners.
Oh, I love those.
With, like, iguana spines running along the back. Oh, man. Pui says, here you rarely tip because wages are fairly good anyways, but usually in restaurants you round it up. Like, 40-ish euros will become 50. Yeah, I got that. Oh, but dig this. Mission's over, but if we make it back to the hideout with the Scream on our back, meaning without taking damage, Bentley gets to pawn it for even more money. Woo!
Nice. And yeah, Pui here also in restaurants we tend to round up.
I mean, that's something, it's a common practice over here too. People just say, like, keep the change. They'll pay with, like, if you're charged like $12 or $15, you might give them a $20 bill and say, hey, just keep the change. That's for you.
MC says, I usually order from one pizzeria in particular. They used to have a karaoke and it was the best. Also very good pizza. Dude, if we go to Belgium, you're so taking us there. We are all gonna sing Bakamitai together.
Yes, we are. Oh, man. We will make them download an instrumental if they don't have it.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna stick to the rooftops because I really want to make it back with this, this copy of the Scream. Because it's worth money, and we need money to buy upgrades. Oh, also the smoke bomb, just to show it off.
Yeah, of course. That's why you have smoke bombs.
To show off, of course. Pui says, I might have to visit the neighbors below me soon as well, then. Yeah. Oh, we can also sell that gold comb for a whopping 27 coin. The painting, though, is worth quite a lot. Enough, in fact, to allow us to buy Bentley's Trigger Bomb and Murray's Fists of Flame. Oh, God, Murray's the best. We'll buy both of those. Those are both great, great upgrades. Pui says, never been to Belgium before. Well, you are in good company, sir, because neither have I.
Me neither.
Also, Seth, have you seen this awesome finisher Sly has now? Observe. So enemies, and the protagonists as well, take multiple hits now. We have like a health meter and all that. But Sly can still instantly kill guards from behind like so. Jesus Christ, right?
Yoink.
Like, I mean, you kind of feel that one, yeah?
MC says, stay off my lawn, kids. God damn it, MC.
Damn it, old man. Fui says, I mean, seeing it's only 2 hours drive to Belgium, it's surprising I haven't been there before. Yeah, fair. Okay, so for this mission, we're going to be tailing Dimitri.
I just intercepted an email from Dimitri. He's ordered his guards to ring the boat's bell when the coast is clear.
So he's just hiding out below deck on this tiny, tiny boat.
Ring the bell and follow him without being seen. Then maybe we'll find out what he's hiding.
We have to signal him by swatting the bell. Then we've got to follow him undetected. Here he comes. Oh, and we get his theme song again. How lovely. It's meant to be disco, but it sounds more like pretty standard, like, haute couture salon pop than anything. MC says, you know, Luxembourg is not that far, and I've never been there before. But there's a good reason. It's Luxembourg. What?
Dude, I was born in Luxembourg.
Luxembourg's pretty damn cool. I say as a student of political science.
It's okay. I was born on the French border in Luxembourg, but we used to go to Belgium to, like, buy groceries. And when I was a kid, I was so evil that my parents got banned from a certain grocery store that was close to the border.
What?
Oh yeah, so while my dad was trying to, you know, do shopping, I was running around the shop and like flailing my hands on my arms and just like destroying everything. And for some reason, whenever I would see, you know, those pyramids of cans,
oh
I
no,
would pick up the bottom one. And then of course the grocery store ladies were like running after me and cleaning everything up. And then at some point my dad got sick and tired of it, so he put me on his shoulders. And in front, like above the cash register, you had that big sign that said cash register that was hanging on 2 strings from the ceiling. So I decided to take that down since I was tall enough now and drop it on the cashier's head.
Well, of course.
Yes, we got banned afterwards.
Stand tall, feel funky.
It's amazing.
Juice. Who's got the juice? Smooth.
Seth, Master Disaster. I think I was like 1.5 at that point.
Jesus, you got started young.
Oh yeah. I was like, respect my authority.
So...
Hey, Luna!
Hey, how's it going, man? Hope you're doing well. Dimitri is just constantly mumbling to himself as he walks along. But we were able to catch the passcode he entered into this panel. Meaning we're going to be able to access the aqua pumps at some point? Luna says, tired as hell. I get that, but you're hanging in there. Good on you.
You can do it, Luna. We all believes.
So that's another very simple mission over and done with. Trust me, they do get more elaborate as time goes on, and looky, we've got a Murray mission. Water pump destruction. Oh yeah. Now, I've mentioned this before, so Seth, you remember, like, really timid, adorable Murray from the first game, right?
Yeah.
Now he just murders shit. That's all he does.
Oh, okay.
Murray is still the most kind-hearted, gentle soul in the Cooper gang, but anytime he hits the field, it is purely to destroy something or kill someone. It's not an exaggeration, that is all he does. And he is the best. Now, we've not gotten to play as him or Bentley yet, but believe me when I tell you, both of their gameplay styles are fantastic. One thing to be aware of, though, friends. Neither, Bentley nor Murray can perform so many of the acrobatic feats that Sly can. They can't climb on poles, they can't use the Ninja Spire jump, any of that. So their locomotive options are relatively limited, never really feeling prohibitively so, like something's been taken away. It feels more like Sly just has more options for getting from point A to point B. It's not that Murray or Bentley can't, in most cases. And, trust me, Murray has a little bit of a trade-off in the form of raw power. He can kill most enemies in 1 or 2 hits. Observe.
Murray is a fucking badass.
Watch.
Boing. Oh. Thwack.
Yep.
Nice.
Murray is a monster. Look at him just spike that guard into the ground. And yet, he's still so timid as he moves around. It's like somewhere between Sly 1 and 2, he remembered he was a hippopotamus. Oh, wait, but doesn't he have a special upgrade now? The Fists of Flame, you may be asking? Oh yes, he certainly does. Observe as he destroys.
Wow. What happened to you, Murray? Who hurt you?
Nobody anymore. Murray became the best. He could pick up elements of the environment and just chuck them at enemies. God's sake.
Wow.
Bentley is also great, and depending on the way you play him, Bentley is actually the most powerful of the three.
Murray smash.
Linus, is he mad? Oh, no. Murray has a heart full of love. And probably cholesterol. So we've got more lasers here. Don't let the color deceive you. These are still immediately dangerous upon contact.
You should be able to break that power box by throwing something at it. Press the circle button to use your stomp move near the ice machine to pick up a block of ice. Then press the square button.
Yeah, now how do you think Murray's going to solve the problem of a laser gate in his way?
Pick stuff up and the square button to throw.
Oh, this is also really cool. Each character gets their own visually distinct binocucom interface, like when you go into first person.
Oh.
Because they've all got different bits of technology. It's a minor aesthetic thing, but really cool, I think. Gives them, again, more flavor. Now, as Bentley said, we might want to pick up a block of ice. We could also use this barrel, though. And, see that power box? Well... not anymore.
Wow.
This is what Murray does. Murray just destroys. There's no nuance, there is no variation. Murray gets shit done.
I just love how still his like walk is like tee-hee.
Yeah.
Knocked out can be picked up with your stomp move. Throw something at that guard. Then jump.
Oh no, there's a flashlight guard overlooking the approach, and we can't climb up there. Yoink! Oh, did we alert him? Is he searching the area? Is he searching the area? He's searching the ceiling!
Wow. Murder machine.
Just throw him straight into the laser fence? Disintegrate him?
Wow, Murray. Really? You had to do that?
Every single time we play as Murray in this game, and there will be many, Seth, something like this will happen.
This looks so satisfying.
Oh, it is. It is. Notice how his fists, like, substantially increase in size as he swings.
Oh yeah.
Murray would be like a great D&D tank, wouldn't he?
Yes.
But anyway, we're here to disable the, MC says lost internet for a hot minute. Oh man, so you missed the introduction of Murray's gameplay, which is the best.
Yeah.
Now wait, here we have to, disable the nightclub's water pumps to, I believe, work towards disabling some of the security power to some of the security systems Dimitri has on his printing press, right? How do you think Murray is going to destroy this water pump?
Just fist him to death.
No, he's going to sacrifice the innocent to it.
Oh yikes. Since when did Murray start worshipping Satan?
Your lives are all forfeit. Oh, look at his roundhouse finisher, though.
Murray, who hurt you?
I don't think it's possible to hurt Murray. Thunderflop!
Wow.
Oh, I was trying to throw the guard into the water pump, but Murray automatically targeted the other guard.
Yeah, well. If he can do mass destruction, he's gonna do mass destruction.
There we go!
God damn it, Murray.
Oh, and look at his signature in the mission end screen.
Aww.
What?
Murray strong sacrifices at the god of toilet.
Indeed.
Oh,
oh, time for another slideshow. I love these.
Okay, fellas, I've constructed a plan to get at the Clockwork
Slideshow or slideshow?
pull off a few more jobs to set things up for
Sorry.
the nights.
No.
First, Sly will have to pick a few pockets in the theater so that we'll have access to the Spotlight Control Center.
Luna says
Once
he's a
that's
serial
accomplished,
killer.
We'll be able to turn off all the security around the printing press.
Yeah, I agree,
We'll
Beppo.
need your muscle, Murray, to take out all the exterior alarm horns. We
Oh,
don't
right,
want
there's
anyone
alarm
to alert
boxes
the guards
around the
while
perimeter
we
of the
pull out
complex.
the
Well, we
big
know how
bomb.
Murray will deal with those.
And finally, we'll need to get
Murder.
into the discotheque to drop this mirror ball. Trust me, it's all
Why are
part
you
of the
looking at me,
plan.
Beppo? I don't know.
MCS, how many sly puns can we make? We will see. We will see.
Not enough.
Now, guys, if you give me 1 minute, I'm going to take one more quick little break to grab another drink and put on a load of laundry. Give me about 3 minutes, I'll be right back, and we'll be able to not only finish off the Black Chateau, but probably get about halfway through the next chapter in the game, which is honestly one of my favorites. Be right back.
Let's do this.
And again, thank you all so much for joining me today. It's a pleasure, especially having all of our new friends from the raid. Really do appreciate having you here. Thanks once again.
Okay, so while he's gone, let's try to do as many sly puns as we can. MC, you can take the wheel because I'm sure you've been holding like 3,000 of them. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Will you just slide a pun in there? Aww, boy. I mean, I asked for puns, so it's fine, but still. Ah! I tried. Yeah, well, an attempt was made. I give you like a A for effort. Yeah, definitely A for effort. A for effort is more than I got for college last year. What about this year? Oh wait, are you done with your first year? I'm not sure when college ends anymore. I'm too old. Yeah, I just switched over to a different education. Oh yeah. I remember you telling me that you wanted to do something else. Which is, you know, quite nice that you Sorry, MC interrupted me with his pun. Slide puns? Nah, I'm not that smart. I can dangle around the rope, but it is a downslide. But a masterful pun would be a slide to make. That one was really good.
All right, we're back.
Brady, read MC's slide pun, please.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I like
It was
Pooey's attempt to
painful
play
and
on
amazing.
words, though.
Yeah.
Pooey's... They're both great, thank you. Pooey says, A for effort is more than I got for college last year. Ooh. Hey, man, it was during the pandemic. Don't sweat it. Okay, so we've got many different jobs to take on, but you know what? I'm feeling Murray. We just finished one Murray job. Let's tackle the next. It's very simple. Murray just has
Let's continue murdering.
murdering machines in this case. We've got to, take care of these alarm boxes, that Dimitri has set up around the periphery of his compound.
Periphery.
Who he says, oh no, I just didn't show up for the last weeks? Oh, well.
Oh well.
Oh, now Murray can sidle along narrow ledges like this, and he looks amazing when doing so. Observe.
Nice. Look at him being all sly.
Who he says was gonna switch anyways, so... Oh, and so, like, none of it carries over, like, the grades or anything?
MC says the fun part was I forced these puns out of me because I had zero idea. Aww. We appreciate your effort. You took one for the team.
Oh god, no. Murray's under fire. Quick. Kill the flashlight guard in one punch by consigning him to hell! I think Murray might end up being the mean character of this playthrough series.
Murray the murderer.
MC says, putting the start, then filling it in. Yeah. Pui says, gotta do most of it again. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man. But you got this. I promise you.
Hey, I mean, you figured out what you wanted to do before, like, being too deep into your education, so that's a pretty nice job. Like, some people do the entire education, work for a couple of years, and then realize they fucked up.
Yep.
Let me get on my coupons right away.
Okay, so alarm horns. We have to strike them 3 times a piece to destroy them, but after we damage them once, they will, well, start sounding the alarm. Oddly enough, the same alarms we don't want Dimitri to hear once we start ripping him off for good, or for real, and they will be summoning guards. But you know what guards are to Murray?
Nothing.
Just ammunition with souls.
Oh, Murray. We still love you, Murray.
Largely out of fear, but yes.
Yeah.
Pui says, I don't... MC, that was a good one, by the way. That was really solid. I don't know if I want to do that, to be honest, but more than my previous one. Well, there you go.
Well, still good enough.
In the right direction. Oh, look-see. First off, a guard, and now not a guard. But after the painting swap mission, several treasures have spawned around Paris that we can grab out in the open world and then take back to the hideout, provided we don't get hit en route, to sell for a great deal of coin. This is probably the easiest way to make large amounts of money for use in upgrades. By the way, Dimitri's printing press is directly beneath the fountain plaza. Just keep that in mind. Oh, shit. It's okay, Murray can get shot like 10 times and not feel a thing. Murray hasn't felt a thing in years. I was about to say! One of the alarm boxes is on the back of La Stinky Tourist Hotel.
Stinky Tourist?
Yeah, La Stinky Tourist.
Yeah.
Murray is so powerful, he can throw newspaper with enough force behind it to damage, like, an industrial, strongbox.
Oh, yeah.
So even though they're flailing about as soon as we pick them up, how long do you think it takes a guard to escape Murray's grip once he has them?
I don't know.
They can't. It's merely... Oh, those are our last clue bottles, nice. One final futile declaration to the universe that they were alive and they were here. Once Murray has them, there is no escape. Flashlight guard? I don't think so. Luna says, I don't know how feelings feel like. Oh, wow. Little over a year into quarantine, I think a lot of people are in that same boat. Izzy says, a myriad of death. Yes. Yes.
Oh my god, like, today I watched Bo Burnham's Inside, Have you seen it?
I have not, no, but I've heard good things.
Yeah, so I watched it today and it hit right in the feels. It's like the best stand-up comedy special that I've seen in a long time. Like he was doing the entire thing in his room. So
Very nice.
Yeah.
And very creative, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. Yeah. He even made like a video game where the only thing he can do is get out of bed, cry, and then go back to sleep.
Oof.
It was called Inside.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Ooh, oof. Yeah,
It's a... Yeah.
that hits close to home.
Yeah.
Who asked, did you see Kevin Hart's new show? I have not, no.
No pepperoni.
What were you going to say about the Burnham special stuff? I'm sorry, I think I might have cut you off.
Oh, yeah, that I think, like, if you have strong feelings about the quarantine, you would really enjoy it, because I think all of his jokes hit very close to home. And it's one of the rare comedy shows where he's not just exploiting all the stereotypes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Murray's stomach is a one-hit kill. That's good to know. Who says, it's on Netflix, also filmed from inside his own home. I mean, I guess stand-ups were just having to do that for the year, right?
Yep.
Alright, Sly, let's go grab your last two, clue bottles, my guy. Let's glitch out, and get stuck in the roof for a minute. There we go. Again, for 2004, this is really solid game and world design, right? It holds up today.
This is a game... Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, like, this still feels like it was maybe created at, like, mid-2010s.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. No, like I said, it feels like Assassin's Creed, but just better. More personality, more style. Let's get our last clue bottle, then head over to Dimitri's office to cash it in.
I should be able to crack the code to the vault. Head inside and let's see what
Ooh,
they're hiding.
somebody's got something good for us. A giant silver ring. Okay. We could sell that. And due to the ubiquity of flashlight guards on the lower levels, it is in fact best for non-Murray characters to stay to the rooftops as much as they can in later Sly games. Unless you're going down for a specific reason like loot. Sly 2 also sees our second foray into our second and last foray into Eastern Europe in the franchise.
Cool.
I won't say anything more because it's a little crazy. And by completing that Murray mission, we did unlock one new job for Sly.
Ooh.
His big job for this, like, little, chain of missions involves infiltrating Dimitri's, like, live, theater and stealing a whole bunch of keys from guards. By pickpocketing them, of course.
Yeah, of course.
I love the janitorial rats that never appear anywhere else. Alright, Bentley, what we got?
Higher level math, but I believe the code to Dimitri's vault is 231.
231. No. 231. There we are. And we get a special move, which is this the dive technique from the first game? Yes, it is!
Nice!
You've gotten the knockout dive move.
Here we get another good look at Dimitri's office chair. I love it. I mean, Dimitri's got style. You gotta give him that.
Oh, yeah.
Leap at enemies, leaving them stunned on the ground. Meaning, yes, even if enemies have seen us, we can still KO them temporarily. Observe. Enemies, typically return to their feet with a little kick that is intended to damage you if you're too close to them, but also has a very good chance of damaging other enemies or objects in their vicinity instead. Again, he's the only villain I'm aware of with a distinct musical theme or motif in this game, but Dimitri's theme is really, really good.
Yeah.
Okay, what shall we do next? Both of our missions were on the other side of the compound. Moonlight Rendezvous or Theater Pickpocketing. MC says, so Jury, how does my current title of Pun Master fare? They're good, man, they're
I think
good.
you're still the king of puns. Yeah.
We're going to do Moonlight Rendezvous first because it is one of the shorter, simpler missions, and you know how I always like to save the best for last. Ooh, more loot. Normally I wouldn't be so anal about collecting these every time we see them, but we want to build up a nice little war chest early on. Because with every new chapter, there will be new, usually more expensive moves to purchase over at ThiefNet.
Oh, by the way, Brady, I didn't really do much progress on Benja 2 yesterday. I switched to Black Mesa because it felt kind of wrong not to play that without you. So yeah.
Thank you, Seth. I really appreciate it, and I'm so sorry I couldn't attend. I just I felt dreadful.
I have been struggling to sleep lately because I've just stopped taking my sleeping pills. So now my organism has to get used to the fact it's not gonna receive any help to fall asleep. So
because it'll be healthier in the long term, correct?
Yeah. I mean, for a long time I could not sleep at all without sleeping pills, and that was because, I mean, I had to take them as part of my therapy, right?
Right.
But now I'm kind of trying to stop doing that.
I gotcha.
Well, not therapy, just...
No, that makes good sense. Part of normalizing your life again, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, well, keep us up to date with it, right? And especially if there's ever anything you need, if you end up just staying up late and need someone to talk to, like, just to occupy the time, I mean, I'm here, and it won't be super late for me. MC says, also apparently it's harder to make puns with a foreign language, or so I hear. Yes, it is. Unless you're using a language like Japanese or Chinese, where words are so rife with double meaning they're really easy to set up. Kanaka works that way, too. The native Hawaiian language. MC says Black Mesa is great, though, so I've heard. Oh, we have a new friend, though. Constable Neela from Interpol is going to help us infiltrate Dimitri's compound.
Nice.
All we have to do is follow behind her. These are basically little keep-up races across the rooftops.
So what? It takes a thief to catch a thief?
Something like that. But if I'm going to trust you in this case, I need to know that you can...
Are you nearly done with Black Mesa, Seth?
Literally.
I am at the last stage on like the alien planet. It was, according to MC, completely redone by the team of fans, and honestly, it looks breathtaking.
Fantastic. So we have to follow behind Constable Neela, who will use her whip to dismantle any enemies or objects that are in our way with a single lash. We can trail her if we can't lose sight of her by her golden perfume wafting through the air.
Or farts. But let's go with perfume.
I think she's wearing, that headdress, that scarf, is extremely heavily perfumed. She's very nimble. And in terms of outright agility, I think she might be the only non-Cooper character in the franchise who can give Sly a run for his money. And yeah, I can tell from the musical motif. Again, it's not super important until the next couple chapters, but she's intended to be either like Indian or Sri Lankan. But I would assume Indian from the time of the Raj because she speaks with a British accent, or an approximation of one.
Yeah.
And so here she is leading us to Dimitri's disco, which we've already been to. Oh, but she's causing a little bit of property damage along the way. I admire that.
Well done, Sly. We should work well together.
Glad you approve.
Now, legally, I can't enter Dimitri's nightclub without a warrant. But I happen to have obtained the key to his back door, which a person like yourself can use however he pleases.
Oh, we are
Since she can't perform certain investigations without due process, she's having the Coopers help out by taking down the Claw Gang members through less legal means.
Head on back to the safe house. I should be all geared up for the field by the time you arrive.
So we're heading back to the safe house real quick, but we're also going to carry this chalice in exchange for a little bit of coin, as long as we don't take a hit. Oh, look at these little whale statues. They're adorable. There we go. Now, Sly 2 has some of the strongest material in the franchise, and is apparently considered by fans and critics alike to be the best. I don't think that's remotely true. In part because I would also argue that Sly 2 also has some of the weakest content in the entire franchise. Most of which we won't see for a long time, thankfully. But all I'll say is chapters 3 and 8, oh, they can go straight to hell. They're awful. Everything else, though, really good. Really, really good. Now, how much will our chalice get us? 153, that is not bad. Now, we'll go infiltrate the theater. Generally, playing it kinda safe here. Oh, hold on, somebody got a shiny ass. That means he's got collectibles or treasure. Silver watch. Yeah, sure, that's like 20 some odd coin. I'll take it. Not much, but every little bit helps, right? Okay, we're going to have to make our way up there. Oh. So, Seth, I'd say we're about halfway through Banjo-Tooie, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
I want to say there's not quite as many stages in that game as there were in the first, but there's way more to each of them. So it evens out.
Yeah, I mean, also a lot of backtracking. I got a couple of skills in
Pterodactyl Land.
Pterodactyl Land that are gonna help with the previous stages. Like
Nice.
Banjo is now able to carry heavy things in his backpack, apparently.
Ah, like the fat bear child.
Yeah, when I figure out which
Sorry,
button
Debbie,
I can
but
stuff
those
the
fans
bear
are
child
going way
into my
too fast to walk
backpack.
on.
Slow down for this.
Never thought I would say that, but okay.
You'll have to do a lot of pickpocketing to get at it. The guards are carrying special fragile keys that will be destroyed if you attack. Make sure you pickpocket their keys before you take those thugs out.
So we're going to have to splice into the theater's security system. But to do so, we first have to reach the chandelier, where, like, the controls are located for some weird reason. And to do that, we need to slow down these fans' cycle of rotation, or rotation speed. So we have to pickpocket 6 keys from flashlight guards scattered throughout the stage. It's nice and easy, don't you worry. I got this.
Famous last words.
Well, no, people who watch the series can attest, it's unusual for me, but I've been playing through a series I'm legitimately pretty good at. That's a nice feeling for once. Alright, 5 more. Ah yes, welcome to the dressing room. We've got 2 guards here. It says, Brady, you need to up Steph's voice a bit on Discord. She sounds far away. You got it, you got it.
Maybe I am far away.
And MC says, Brady trained for this, y'all. He did, he did. Okay, let's try that. How we sounding? Thank you for letting us know, Exit.
It's gonna be alright.
Whoa, whoa, we were made by one of the guards while I was adjusting the audio. Damn you, Discord.
Oh no, the horror.
Smoke bomb! Knew I had that equipped for a reason. That's a lot better? Alright, thank you. So one of the guards is just asleep watching static up here, which... Yeah, that's a 2020 mood, isn't it? There's key number 2. Oh, here's Dimitri again. Is it just me, or does Dimitri sound and speak kind of like Tommy Wiseau?
Yeah, a bit.
I do appreciate that he calls all his guards nightclub samurai, though. That's awesome. As he says, he fell asleep before the TV displayed static. Poor dude. As it says, happens to all of us, right? I remember when I was young, my dad, like, falling asleep in front of the TV, like, before stations would just cut out or whatever.
I like it how he says when I was young.
You know what I mean, when I was very small. Now, guards will be alerted by the sound of our takedown slam, so we usually want to be a little careful of when we use it. If we use it in the vicinity of other guards, we just want to make sure there's a route of exfiltration available to us, as there was there. As it says, when he was young, 10 years ago. Exactly! Yeah. One other good thing is we'll be able to pick their pockets for scores of coins in addition to the keys we need. Huh?
He was young yesterday. It was like it was yesterday. That's because it was. Indeed,
indeed. As he says, I would often fall asleep in front of movies as a kid when I was ill. Oh, yeah, yeah. Once had my parents locked out because of that? Oh, no.
What? Well, serves them right.
Yeah, giving you boring films to watch while you're sick.
Yeah.
So here we've got spotlights that, believe it or not, are directly linked to security turrets mounted in the chandelier to dodge, in addition to the flashlight guards, who aren't really a huge problem here on the show floor. There we go. It says sounding a lot like a bitter old lady now, Seth. Oh.
That's because I am.
That's my job. Look at all this coin we're building up. Hopefully we won't have to grind much at all to get every single ability in the game. Yee. Just pick a little more. There we are.
Nice work, Sly. Now head for the control panel to slow down the fans.
So we're spending the entire game more or less shutting down a drug cartel using the components of an ancient, like, immortal fueled by hatred to just produce more, better drugs.
American Tail, is that the story about those mice that snuck on the ship?
Yep.
Oh, I loved that story when I was a kid.
So, I'm waiting for the reveal that, like, for this entire game we've just been manipulated into taking out Viper's competition. Well, competition, I mean, there's no such thing, but annoyances! Speaking of, did you see, Seth, the new Cinnamon Toast Kin video where we found out that Viper ruined a marriage?
No?
The worst couple or the trashiest couple they've ever seen.
Oh god, I have not seen that.
From Love After Lockup. It's great.
Aww.
Yeah, there you go. It says in competition. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
What were you going to say, Sam?
Are those the two that, like, the woman was out of prison and the guy proposed after, like, seeing her on the first day or something?
Yes! Yes!
Yeah.
So you saw the second video?
No, just the first one.
Okay. Well, look, now we can insert a splice clip and take over the theater's security for ourselves.
Yay!
Observe! Bentley uses it to just open fire! It also disabled security in the printing press, so there's that. But we still need to take out that generator. The generator that's powering a lot of redundant security systems.
Ah, right.
That's Bentley's job. And let me tell you, Bentley plays very differently, and quite fantastically, really. First things first, though, I want to grab us just a little bit of additional treasure. There's a bit outside of Dimitri's office on a balcony, like a vase or something. MC says, such secure. Much hackery. Oh, wait till you see the hackery. It's great. It's very wow.
I'm in.
Oh, it's better. It's better than that. Hacking in this game is genuinely a delightful time. When Sly 2, 3, and 4 do minigames, they tend to do them even better than the first one. Like, I can't think of many that are frustrating or dull whatsoever. Like, I mean, Sucker Punch made Ghost of Tsushima. It's a great game. It's probably, along with Breath of the Wild, the best open-world game I've played in, like, the past 10 years, but they need to get back to Sly. Come on now. Don't leave a raccoon hanging. They teased him in the new Ratchet and Clank game. You can't do that to me. Don't remind me of how my boy was just left out in the cold. Like, if they'll give Crash another game, Sly needs another chance.
Yeah.
Because unlike Sly, Crash actually starred in a number of outright shitty games over the past 20 years.
Exactly. Sly never had any bad experiences.
No. Anyhow, let's take this bong back to the hideout and pawn it on eBay. Remember, Sly's never had any bad experiences. He's just facilitated them for others. Exit as, does Sucker Punch own the rights to Sly, or was it one of those console-exclusive bullshit things? I believe it was the latter, like Sony ultimately holds the rights here, but still, they could work on that and make a ton of money.
Yeah.
MC says, how about Ristar fans?
Sony.
We just got one game and cameo appearances. I know, well, hey, I'm an Alpha Protocol fan, okay? That ain't never coming back. That ain't never getting a spiritual successor. That ain't never getting a follow-up. MC asks, where's the true star? I know. So this is Bentley. Bentley is physically the weakest member of the Cooper gang. His crossbow has a short range in melee, deals next to no damage, and he himself cannot take much damage at all. However, his strength lies in his two special gadgets. The first are sleep darts, which you can fire from a first-person perspective in the Binocucom. Now, Seth, once a guard's unconscious, what do you think we're going to do to them?
I don't know, fart on them?
This continues the theme of this getting darker the more you think about it. Observe.
Oh my god, are you gonna dismember his body?
No.
Oh my god, Ben. Why?
Yes! Bentley is the demolitionist.
Bentley,
And
why?
he functions essentially like an assassin. I know! Like, this is just cruel!
Yeah.
MC says, "Oh yeah, Alpha Protocol. I loved it too. Yeah, man, that was a great game. We need more espionage-based, or like traditional espionage-themed RPGs, I think. I love being a super spy so much." Exodus teabagging? Teabagging, more teabagging required. No, I think this does it. MC says, "So Bentley got the strong back there." Yeah.
Wow.
And he's going to use his particular set of skills to infiltrate Dimitri's disco and destroy, unfortunately, a disco ball.
No!
See, the disco ball is suspended directly over a dance floor, which itself is directly above the power generator in the printing press room. Don't think about the logistics of this, how, like, the printing press is under the fountain and the disco's over here. Just don't worry about it. By dropping the disco ball, we will be able to disrupt the power generator, I think. All that really matters here is Bentley is about to commit even more crimes. Oh, but it's pretty cool. Since Bentley's in the field, Sly acts as his mission control. So we've got a gate here, don't worry. We could just stick a bomb on that. Oh, a guard saw it? Oh, I don't think so. He saw nothing. There's the disco ball.
Hey Bentley, how you holding up out there in the...
All we have to do is bomb the 4 support pillars holding it up.
Just need to bomb all the pillars supporting that disco ball and I can get out of here.
What's with taking out the disco ball?
Its impact will shake the nightclub.
Oh, no. This isn't to disrupt the power generator. It'll shake loose the sign on the front of the nightclub, which we need to infiltrate the printing press room. Aside from Sly and Murray working together a bit to knock out those rats, we've not really seen missions where members of the gang work together yet, have we?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this chapter's operation will be our first time, then. Okay. So first things first, we're going to bomb this support pillar. And look at what it does, my god. So, little Easter egg, I think. If you destroy these 2 turntables, you will get, like, a remix of the background music with Dimitri's voice lines overlaying.
Oh, nice.
Yep, here we go. The Greasy Sweet mix. Oh, look. Egg-shaped tables. Delightful. Okay, yeah, that was a victory for good taste. Now for a victory for bad taste, because it's time for Bentley to destroy the entire joint. Guard on patrol? Not anymore. Guard on Earth? Not anymore. Oh, our ability...
everyone became brutal.
...is a remote bomb that we can toss in an arc, affix to certain objects or enemies, and then detonate with another press of the ability button. Situationally, it's pretty useful. We're almost ready to face down Dimitri.
Did everyone, like, from the Sly gang listen to, like, black metal between first and the second game?
Oh god, no. This is just what they do, baby. Remember, we never got to see Bentley or Murray in their element in the field before. They even said, like, at the Natural History Museum at the start of this game, the intro stage, that was Bentley's first time ever in the field. This is his second time in action.
Wow.
Exit says, Brady, you're enjoying blowing up endangering animals a bit too much. Do I need to be worried? MC says, Brady's into ivory. Oh no.
Yikes.
First off, can we appreciate this wonderful view that we have out these windows?
And then murder stuff?
Yes. I feel a greater measure of, like, sorrow for damaging the disco ball than I do for damaging any of the guards.
Stop trying to distract us, says Exit.
Calling Pete.
Pete a BRB.
Do you really need to introduce a second evil to destroy the first, though?
Yeah.
Apparently, PETA is very, very fond of just euthanizing any domesticated animals they get their hands on.
Yep.
I don't know what the logic there is, like, what, they're tainted by domesticity, and so it's better to just get rid of them?
Absolutely no logic. It's just what's cheaper.
As he says, I say yes, double down on evil. So look, we're actually right outside of the office that we bugged earlier on in the game.
Nice.
So there's a great deal of, like, continuity of level layouts and all that. Quite like that. Anyway, time for the saddest scene in the game.
More murder?
No, the disco ball's gonna get destroyed. No!
Oh, that was heartbreaking.
Broke a few other things too, I'm pretty sure. It says fight evil with evil. Yeah, so we were able to, knock the peacock sign at the front of Dimitri's theater loose. And now it's time for our final slideshow of the chapter.
Okay, fellas, the dominoes are all in place.
Time for Operation Thunderbeak.
First, Murray will help me
nice
break
name.
into the old water tower. From there, I should be able to shut down the plaza fountain. Dimitri's sure to send someone out to get the repair truck. Sly, you'll pickpocket the truck keys off this guy once he shows up. Then hand them off to me and Murray in the plaza. We'll go steal the truck while you climb to the top of the nightclub's peacock sign. When you're in position, Murray will fire the truck's winch line up.
That was my band's name from school, says Exit.
Thunderbeak.
My calculations are
Wow.
the impact should create an entrance.
No
to the
wonder you
printing
guys
press
never
room.
made it.
Sly, you jump in, grab the clockwork tail feathers.
Bet they
and
played
we
some
all
kickin'
get
power
the heck
ballads,
out
though.
of here.
So yes, each chapter concludes in an operation, a very lengthy, fairly complex mission that incorporates all three members of the Cooper Gang, and will usually require you to play as all three of them, to collectively infiltrate the Big Bad's headquarters and retrieve the clockwork parts held inside. In this case, we actually have to start things off with Bentley. Remember, Dimitri's printing press is directly beneath the fountain, and all we're trying to do is get into the printing press room. The means he will employ to do this, or we will employ to do this, are absolutely bonkers, and I love them. Let's begin. Oh, look at Bentley's run, by the way. Like, that is... You may not like it, but this is what peak physical condition looks like. Alright. Time for Operation Thunderbeak. So we've got to, normally I'd say we have to escort Murray, but really Murray's got to escort us over to the water tower so that we can infiltrate it and cut the power to the fountain. You know, cutting off the flow of water. Oh, we've got some guards. We had some guards.
They are very French.
Also very dead.
I'll toss you up there.
So now, we have to tuck into our shell and allow Murray to chuck us on up there. Now there's a very, very tiny area we can safely land on. So we've got to be a little careful here. Actually, hold on. This is one area I think where our special bomb may come in handy. Oh, we don't get the range we need. Dang it.
Oh no.
We have to get up there and plant the bomb first, so we'll have to get tossed up twice. Let me see. Oop. Yeah, like I said, it's kind of tricky to even using the reticle to aim exactly where you want to be without bouncing off. I think, like, there, maybe? Nope. Like I said, guys, this is a... Sorry about this, but this gets a little weird.
Wow. You're basically playing basketball with Bentley.
Indeed. And something's a little off with the reticle. This is the hardest part of the entire mission, no lie. There we go. See, look at how tiny the area we have to land on is. Now we have to blast our way in and do this all over again, but since we've destroyed the back wall, it's much easier to land. We've got more space to work with. Or not. It's so weird. It's like it's hitting almost an invisible, or he's hitting almost an invisible wall, yeah?
Mm.
NC says, I have a gameplay video of the other thieving game I used to play a long time ago. Should I Discord it? Yes, sir, please do.
Yes!
Huh. Oh, I definitely don't remember this being quite so testy. It's okay, though. We never have to do this again. Like, in the entire franchise, this never happens again. It's a weird one-off.
Enjoy the sting.
Alright,
As in the singer?
Or the wrestler? Yes, I think there was a
many
wrestler
stings.
named Sting. Exit says you need to move a bit to the left. Looks like it, yeah. It looks like Murray keeps... You know, when I was young, I was actually able to do this perfectly. I learned this janky-ass mechanic somehow. Not a huge fan of the fact that you have to... Well, hold on. There might be an easier way to do this. Yep. Properly done. We might not have had to use Murray at all. MC says as in De Clos 2. It's a German name. Or De Clos? All we've got to do is route water to all of these pipes, which basically just means turning all of these valves once. Usually, you'd want to do this in order, but as long as you just turn them all once, it's not really a puzzle as much as it is an interactive set piece. You will be able to reroute the water perfectly. There you go.
It's off all right. They're already sending out the repair guy to...
So since the fountain has stopped working, Dimitri's sending out a repairman with keys to that weird harpoon-equipped truck. He's got a couple buddies, though. So you want to be careful and pick them off when we have an opportunity to do so without alerting the others. Or, alternatively, just wait for them to go their own way, and pick the flashlight guard's pocket. That was easy. We now have a key to the repair truck. Now we're gonna hand the key off to Murray, I believe. Oh, to the other two. They're back already. Nice.
It's all you.
Let's head out for the repair truck.
Presumably they're not letting us control Murray right here because that would just be too easy. Here's the truck. Now, Seth, what do you think we're going to use this truck to do?
I'll take the wheel.
Even better.
Gotta drive a stick shift.
Now, we jump back in time to see what Sly was doing during this time. All we have to do is ascend the nightclub sign, the peacock sign. The Formidable Theater. Well, alright. All we gotta do is climb. Oh! We're just a bit too far for that. I think the effective distance for, like, the magnetism effect associated with our Master Thief moves is diminished just a little in this game to necessitate slightly more strategic platforming. But okay, while they're off getting the truck, we climb the sign. Something else really cool about these operations, right, is you'll often see you'll jump back and forth in time to see what other members of the gang are doing at different times. So now it's down to us to fire the, quote, tow harpoon. Okay, we've got to aim it right at Sly. Hold on. There we go. Now we've got to defend the truck while Murray uses it to slowly yank the peacock sign off of the theater and straight into the middle of the street. We're going to punch through the entire street level so that we can drop right down into Dimitri's printing press. That is so stupid, it's incredible. We're not just gonna Murray our way through the nightclub. Oh, no, 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 no. We are taking out a substantial amount of Paris's public infrastructure. Hey, Eclipse, thank you so much for the raid, man. Really appreciate it. Good evening, how are you doing? Welcome to the tail end of, Chapter 1 of Sly Cooper 2, which is a pseudo-open world game I absolutely adore. We're about to break the street in order to steal the tail feathers of an immortal, ancient owl god of hatred from a French iguana who learned to speak English exclusively by watching hip-hop videos.
As one does.
Welcome, 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 Kylie. Good to see you, ma'am. Hey, Luna's back. And thank you so much for the follow, God-Cursed Campers. Good to see you. Get ready, though. Time for Dimitri. He is so good. Observe.
So raccooners do this. Like totally bumming my house up and bringing me down. So very uncool. Why can't you let birds and bees be free, bro?
Listen, Dimitri. You have no idea what you're playing with. It'll bring more than your house down.
Look, bro. I see you are a tough cowboy. A man with taste, style, vision. A connoisseur of finer things. Like me. Look, I'm sure that two cats in a bag like us can work.
Take note of that large pink jeweled ring on his left hand.
Look, see the money. You like the money. You can take.
Oh my god, MC, I just saw your video that you posted, and I think I played that
To
game.
be stopped. Clockwork will never again see the light of day. Just hand over the tail feathers and we can...
What is this with clocks, bro? Have you no vision? You hearing what I beam to you?
Dimitri is a fan favorite character, and I'm sure you can see why.
Mind when talking about such big things. You think you can swing the bat?
Yeah,
Show
he seems
your
to be
brain
quite
and
cool.
Let me shine you.
Oh, that's a famous line.
What you're saying. And your suit sucks.
Let's dance!
Show your bling and let me shine you. Okay, let me explain very briefly how boss fights work in this game. Unlike the first game, they're not always mechanically distinct, but there is usually still some small gimmick. See, we are going to have to slug every boss in the game, barring, I think, 2, down through just standard melee combat, but actually getting them to a point where they're vulnerable is usually a little different. In the case of Dimitri, he is going to teleport around the arena to, like, different ends of the printing press, and take aim at us with that special ring on his left hand. It, like, has been affixed with a device that allows it to fire blasts of energy, and they're very terribly accurate. So we've got to use equipment scattered throughout the arena to provide cover as we make our way to Dimitri. But after every 3 blasts of his ring's energy device, it will misfire and explode in his face, allowing us the opportunity to close the gap. Then we'll just have to dodge some melee attacks and wail away at him. For every few hits we land successfully, the enemy will be knocked back, flinch, and actually lose a chunk on their health bar. You'll see what I mean shortly. This is pretty damn good. Even though it's not as mechanically, well, it's different. I'll say this. The boss fights in this game are different than they were in the first game. It's up to you to determine whether or not they're better or worse. I think they're just so different I can't make a value judgment. I still really like them, though. Dimitri's an easy but entertaining first boss. Enjoy. Luna says, I was always here but playing Pixelmon. Oh, I got you. Yeah, you guys have really been enjoying that, haven't you? And MC says, Seth, that's wild. It's a pretty rare game.
Oh yeah, I played it when I was a kid though. I remember I got it, like, of course, pirated on like a random CD, and I didn't understand shit because I didn't speak English at the time.
So Dimitri attacks with a very, very clumsy-looking uppercut and a tail swipe. Not too hard to dodge, but you still want to be a little careful. I appreciate that you can still MCU-style send them, even bosses, flying once you deal enough damage. He's not even... Oh! He still got an opportunity to get a shot off. I thought if we got close enough, he wouldn't use the ring at all, but I guess I was wrong. And of course, we get the theme playing throughout the entire fight, because why wouldn't you?
Oh yeah.
I guess the composer knew they'd struck gold. I love the animations, though, like, the characters look very lively in combat. There we go. Just a little more and he'll be down for the count. And unfortunately, as much as I love garish stuff, I also have to agree with Sly. Dimitri's suit sucks. It's not flashy enough, you know? And that orange shirt is just grotesque. It's like a t-shirt. Come on, man.
I think Sly meant exactly the opposite of that.
And we run Dimitri through his own printing press. And he's still alive somehow.
It's past tense.
I'm doing you a favor. What kind of thief prints money? There's no honor in that.
You... crackerbox!
And Dimitri just narrowly misses calling Sly a racial slur and passes out. That's chapter 1 of Sly 2. Yay! Seriously, that was pretty great, yeah?
My gang and I have done it. The Clockwork tail feathers were ours, and Dimitri's counterfeiting operation was ruined. Due to the untimely arrival of Carmelita, my escape got a little tricky. Angry at having just missed me, she took it out on Dimitri. Shutting down the night.
Wait, how did Carmelita drive a truck through the wall of the printing press when it was underground?
The gang and I headed out of town for a week in Monaco.
That's a good question.
I figured the team had earned themselves a well-deserved break.
Alright, so Sly and friends went to kick it in Monaco. Guess where we're headed now? I assume you can tell from the art. No, we're headed to India.
Oh.
To face the resident drug lord Rajan. Now, something a little different about Sly 2 that never happens again in the course of the series is the second, third, and fourth villains, so starting with Rajan, each have 2 chapters to their name, where we will fight through 2 of their bases in slightly different settings within the same country. Okay. I don't necessarily mind this, but I would have appreciated more diversity in locales or additional villains if they were going to give the game a full 8 episodes. That said, what we have is still pretty good. Except for Rajan's second episode, episode 3, it's awful. It's one of the worst in the franchise, but we'll get there when we get there. His first episode, A Starry-Eyed Encounter, is actually wonderful. And really quickly, let's appreciate how gorgeous Rajan's character design is. Very colorful. And this entire episode is set in and around like an bless you. Like a medieval Indian palace during a massive international gala. It's great. Oh, sorry, I guess I should say it's great! Due to Tiger, you see. This is the level of comedy you're getting, friends. Let's dig right on in. Do we want to play, like, the first half of this chapter today, if we can?
Yeah!
We also get introduced to a lovely minigame here that I absolutely adore. Let's dive in! Yeah! Oh, look at Bentley just cocking his crossbow. He's ready.
Another clockwork part had surfaced in India.
Kinda
So
like
the boys and I
Banjo when he's
loaded up the van
cocking
and zeroed
his
in on our next
throat.
target.
Yeah.
A mysterious spice lord known as Rajan. A self-made man who grew up poor on the streets of Calcutta. he
All right,
started
Exit.
his
Thank you,
life
man.
by
Take care.
selling illegal spices
Good night.
in the
Bye.
black market.
Thanks for
Eventually
joining us.
growing his small outfit to a sizable operation and earning himself a seat in the prestigious Claw Gang. He's since crowned himself Lord of the Hills, and while he goes to great lengths to convince others of his royalty, it's mostly to convince himself. True to form, he's holding a lavish ball in his newly purchased ancestral palace. The reason? To show off his latest acquisition, the Clockwork Wings. The symbol of my enemy. If you saw the wings silhouetted against the night sky, it was already too late for you, especially if your name was Cooper. Rajan believes displaying the wings will bring him prestige, and maybe they will, but they're also bringing me.
I love the visual design of this chapter. It's stunning. I love the context that the gala is being held in a newly purchased ancestral palace.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, I never even
Just
noticed.
got it from Jeffree Star.
Of course. I just noticed the dome atop the palace rotating in the background. I've never seen that before. But yes, this episode's color palette is dominated by golds and purples. I adore it. And Indian architecture. Come on.
Of course.
We've got some new stuff to purchase. Namely, a dodge for Sly, which, I mean, yeah, sure, why not? Murray's turnbuckle launch, which allows him to jump to ridiculous heights. And when we have a little bit more coin, we'll be able to buy Bentley's size destabilizer that allows him to effectively permanently, shrink guards by landing a melee attack on them. Well, we have to start, as always, with some recon. Specifically, recon around Rajan's ballroom.
For some reason, I thought you were gonna stop with ball.
Infiltrate the ball, yeah.
Infiltrate the ball.
Same thing, really.
Greatest thief moves? Whenever I'm near pointed objects, I just need to jump and hit the circle button to perform a
So there are going to be elephants, with, like, covered howdahs, patrolling around the palace grounds. And if we step into range or sight of the spotlights atop the howdahs, they will spawn guards to attack us. Unpleasant. The coins here have a pretty simple, but elegant tiger's head motif. The soundtrack continues to be way jazzier than it has any right to. It's amazing. There's a few different ways into Rajan's palace. We're going to start off down here because I don't know if I've been down here ever. Okay, we've got more treasures to return to the hideout, like this Egyptian canopic jar. But notice this one has a little glowing red gem, or gem that is glowing red affixed to the front, right? This means that it is a time trial relic. We have a certain amount of time to make it back to the hideout without taking a single bit of damage before the thing detonates. So we wanna hoof it. Let's hoof it. We got 40 seconds. Ah, booby-trapped loot, the worst kind of loot.
No.
We should make it with about 20 seconds to spare though, since the safe house is right over here. Hey, and this should give us enough coin to purchase Bentley's new move, right? Fingers crossed. Oh yeah, the burial urn. And we'll have over 200 coin to spare. Nice, man. While we're at it, we may also want to equip Sly's combat dodge. Only applies while actually in combat, I believe. There's cobras lurking in bushes and pots, or baskets, I think, around the place. They're nothing to write home about. They actually do die in one hit, as if we were still back in Sly 1. The guards here are monkeys and goats, I believe. Flashlight guards are these really cool-looking rhinos, with partially covered lanterns, which will throw large daggers at us if we're in sight. So we should endeavor to not be in sight. Rajan's palace has even more verticality than Paris did, and as you can see, it's gonna take a little bit more time to explore everything. Oh, there is this wonderful statue of the boss here, carrying a massive urn of drugs. Again, that's not a joke. Remember, anytime you hear spice in Sly 2, they are talking about narcotics.
Oh, of course.
So, Rajan is a spice lord. He cultivates and begins the process of distributing the spice that the Claw Gang make their money off of.
Damn it, game.
Fuck. Yo, parapets. Let's just bounce our way on up here. Get some clue bottles as we see them. Gathering all the clue bottles in this stage will take considerably longer because, well, there's just considerably more to it. Hello there, guard. How you doing? Slightly worse now, I would imagine.
Yeah, I just ruined his day.
Okay. Fortunately, enemies can die if we knock them off of platforms with a sufficient height differential vis-a-vis the ground. They'll just have a Looney Tunes fall, and that'll be the end of them. Notice the security helicopter circling overhead. Yeah, that could be a problem. Silver ring, nice. I'll take it. You may notice that Goat Guard had a megaphone in one hand, as did some of the Frog Guards from Paris. That's because a certain type of guard in every chapter, or in every setting, I should say, has a chance of spawning with a device they can use to alert more guards in the area to your position, should you engage them. Nasty. Hold on real quick, let's gather some clue bottles by scampering around the periphery of the palace, something we'll hardly ever have to do. This also gives us a good opportunity to get the lay of the land, or lack of land in this case. Gathering clue bottles in this game also, unlike in the first, produces a sound. The sound of, well, glass shattering. So be careful.
What a sound.
I mean, like, guards can detect it, not like, oh, there's a sound effect where there wasn't one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, a number of bottles are going to be hung along these spears. These entirely decorative spears. Alright, tell you what, we've got enough clue bottles for now. Again, I may gather quite a few of these off-camera just to speed things along. Let's go ahead and break into the ballroom. Or get to a position where we can reconnoiter the ballroom.
Figured out how to sneak in above the ballroom without being detected. The only problem is there's no way to climb up to that balcony door.
Not a problem. There seem to be plenty of branches for me to walk on. I'll figure it out.
So Rajan has Clockwork's wings. Now, if Dimitri could use the tail feathers to power an entire extremely efficient printing press, what do you think relics as large and powerful as the wings could do? Well, what could they be used for?
A Zeppelin?
You'll see. Dimitri was kind of small time, but Rajan is like an established, very affluent local crime lord, so he operates a little differently.
God.
What?
Is it gonna be?
Oh,
No,
you'll
I'm
see.
just wondering what is it gonna be.
Remember, Rajan's thing, as noted in our briefing, was pride.
Mm.
So he's using them as decoration for his throne.
Just don't
Ah.
go out onto that balcony, and you should remain undetected.
Interesting.
See? Or this statue, I should say, not necessarily a throne.
Heavy. Getting the wings out of here will be a real challenge.
MC says, so the boss here is a D&D Rakshasa? As close as we're gonna get in Sly Cooper, yes.
Looks like the wings have been welded on.
Probably where they were going with, I guess.
So the wings have been affixed to the statue. They're very heavy, so you know how we're gonna have to get them out of here. We're going to have to...
Murray?
Oh, yeah. Murray and a winch.
That could be useful.
Wow.
And we also, of course, need to grab a photo of Rajan, who is very large.
That's him. Rajan's really pulled out all the
But he's got plenty of guests, too.
best people with this party.
Ooh.
Maybe you should get some shots of the guests.
That's a very derpy like look he had on his face when he took a picture.
Here's the leader of the Claw Gang, Arpeggio.
Another Claw Gang member. Arpeggio specializes in exotic technology.
Yeah, he's an adorable little parrot who uses Da Vinci-inspired tech.
Wow.
I love his model. Another member of the Claw Gang, Jean Bisson.
Jean Bisson, a member of the Claw Gang and Canadian
Wow,
shipping
those
business.
names.
He owns half the trains in Canada.
He's my personal favorite member of the Claw Gang. He's just a very, very old bison who owns massive shipping routes out of Canada. Oh, here's Carmelita's superior, the Contessa.
That's the Contessa, a high-ranking prison warden for Interpol. She must be working under...
She's an Interpol officer who runs a very special prison.
Of course.
She also has a great design, because, you know, spiders. Carmelita's here.
Carmelita's here too. She must be undercover with the Contessa to help bust Rajan.
Luna asks a BDSM prison. God, no, no, no. You'll see. You'll see. And Constable Neela's here as well.
Everybody.
So, like, the entire Interpol cell are here, as are the rest of the Claw Gang.
That's all the photos I need. Bring them back to the safe house and we'll start building a game plan.
Alright, time to get planning. Alright, Bentley, what you got for us, man? Lay it out.
Stealing the Clockwork Wings in the middle of a crowded ballroom is going to take some serious misdirection. And the squad of undercover cops only makes things more complicated. Although, we might be able to use them to our advantage. But no matter what we do in the ballroom, sooner or later we'll need to deal with Rajan's security chopper. Murray can take it out with some of the local armaments, but he won't be able to get inside the palace until Sly lowers the drawbridge for him.
You hear how we're getting rid of the security chopper? MC says, Luna seems to know about BDSM prisons. Even I never thought of that concept. Proud to say that I haven't either.
I've been in one.
Oi!
Not a literal prison, but like a place designed to look like a prison.
So we've got two options. Let's lower the drawbridge first. Then it says, I don't know, wouldn't surprise me. Well, yeah. Like, again, the existence of such clubs, I suppose, doesn't surprise me either. We've got to lower the drawbridge so that we can destroy the chopper. You know how we're going to destroy the chopper? With a little densely concentrated dose of Preparation M. It's just gonna be Murray doing what he does best, but this time destroying an entire helicopter. The rhinos are bounding around after us. They're no threat to us here, though. First things first, though, we've got to lower the drawbridge by picking some pockets. What do you think of Sly 2 so far, Seth? You were so excited to see it. Is it as good as you had hoped? Hello? Let me see. Lower the drawbridge, we can do that. Princess thinks she did. Must have dropped out or something. That's fine. Well, I hope those of you who have been with us since the start of the Sly 1 playthrough are finding this game to your liking as well. Oh man, we get a move later on that makes gathering clue bottles and any kind of collectible really so much easier. MC says, Seth abandoned you for a BDSM prison. He says, I want this trilogy. You made me want it. Oh, that's great, man. Yeah, I would highly suggest picking it up if you ever have the opportunity or the hardware to access it. It's great. Thieves in Time is even better in some regards. Yeah, MC says, I don't have a PS3. It's a shame.
You know where I can find the keys?
I don't know that it'll ever come to PC either, unfortunately. So we've done this in the last chapter. Just gotta find the flashlight guards, 5 of them, pick their pockets, and then lower the drawbridge so that Murray and Bentley can get inside. The guards in the Howdah are the only real threat here. And notice they gave that guard an extra deep pocket to increase the chance that we would be caught by the Howdah. Now again, something to keep in the back of your mind as we progress through and analyze this game. The third is considered by critics and a lot of the fans to be slightly less impressive, less enjoyable than this game. I do not believe it to be so, for reasons we'll get into, but the third game does a lot of really cool iteration on concepts established here. Oh, a bronze ring. That's worth absolutely nothing. MC says it's a shame it's not more accessible. Yeah, and also that this franchise, there you are, Seth, that this franchise wasn't more broadly marketed. Because, like, again, one of the reasons the fourth game did not sell well and Sony was kind of lukewarm on continuing was because it received, like, no marketing support at all, even though it was the revival of a series that hadn't seen action in almost 10 years. But I was going to ask, Seth, now that you've seen Sly 2, how does it stack up? Is it as good as you wanted it to be? Still with us? Hello? Well, alright. I'll get to do my journalistic content at some point. Okay. This guy we had to sneak up.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay. I was
Sorry,
going...
I was writing angry email to Domino. I had to.
That might be the most American thing you will do in your entire life. Like that right there. I am writing a strongly worded letter to the pizza delivery company. Because their work was unacceptable.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it was. In this case, it genuinely was.
It was.
MC says, Luna, you're right, Seth is a ghost, we're being haunted. Ooh. And Luna says, Angie male. Aye.
Angie.
I was going to ask, Seth, now that you've seen Sly 2, since you were so excited for it, how does it stack up against your expectations? Does it look as good as you wanted it to be?
Yes, definitely. I'm really sorry that I have not played it when I had the chance, but this looks really good.
You could probably get your paws on a PS3 dirt cheap anymore, I would imagine.
Yeah, that is true, but like, I could also get a PlayStation 4 and play all the PlayStation 3 games on it. Or I could get a PlayStation 5, never mind.
Hey, I'm really excited to see, I don't know what effect it's gonna have on the actual market, but what Sony's intended, like, supply solution is. Like, what are they working on, you know?
You know, to be fair, I think that the scalpers are just gonna go for the new Switch, so they're gonna let go of the PlayStations.
Yeah, hopefully. And the crazy thing is, I was looking at some numbers the other day. Scalpers have been a massive part of the problem overall, but they have actually not been able to snatch up a fraction of the total units produced, just so few of them are coming off the line. That's the biggest problem.
Yeah, of course.
There's no PS5s to get, and about, I want to say somewhere between a tenth and a ninth, no, and about a ninth and an eighth of those produced are instantly scraped up by scalpers.
Yeah.
Okay, we just need one more key. Also,
I mean, not a huge number, but still much bigger than it should be.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Which is 0.
Like, scalping is the type of thing that should be prohibited by law. When it's like serial, you know, when somebody's like gathering a large amount of units of a product that is attempting to be controlled by the distributor, you know? Like Sony saying, okay, we're selling one per household. You should probably be made to respect that until, like, a supply line issue is, or supply line solution is conceived. But that's just me. Luna says, anyways, I'll have to go to sleep even though I don't want to. I feel exhausted. Have a good night, the rest of you. Alright. Thank you so much for joining us, Luna. We'll do probably 2 more missions after this. One that showcases Murray doing what he does best, and then a pretty charming stage that introduces a new minigame. Oh, wait. We've got loot. We've got loot and we've got clues. Lots of clues around this little side building, the guest house. Oh, just a bronze pin. Well, that's trash. You, sir, have trash. Just 3 more, and we'll have access to Rajan's vault once we find it. Soundtrack's a bit more subdued here, but no less good.
Mm-hmm.
I hear the telltale tink, 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 tink of a clue bottle. There we go. Just 2 more? Don't hear anything over there. Also, wish me luck, guys. Tonight I am revising my thesis proposal so that I can submit it to my committee, finally. I just have to make 2 very minor changes, according to my advisor.
Hello, Potato.
Hello.
Hey, Tato, how's it going, man? Good evening.
Going okay. Going okay. How are you
Did
guys
you
doing?
survive?
Doing very well, thank
Pretty
you.
good.
I survived.
Survived?
I don't know what, but
I don't know.
Okay. I was about to say...
First you were afraid.
Murray?
You were petrified.
Nobody survives Murray. Luna
Nobody
says...
survives
Or no,
Murray.
Eclipse says, ooh, you got this. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, man. And MC says, went past a bottle. Where? I hear it. Hold on now. There we go. Oh, I hear it. Hold on. I hear it. Ah! There we go. Perfect! Thank you, MC. Now all we need to do is track down that damn 5th key.
Damn.
Oh, there he is, just patrolling in front of the ballroom. Let's use the gong to get his attention.
This guard from his post. Try ringing that gong and picking his pocket when he returns to his post.
Very alert, but also terribly short-sighted. All guards in this franchise, apparently.
Now take those stolen keys back to the padlock switch over the
Oh, hello, goat. Ah, Potato, you did miss
Hi, goat.
a really cool disco-dancing, drug-dealing lizard boss who sounded almost identical to Tommy Wiseau.
Oh no. Oh. What's the boss's name?
Dimitri Listow. He's a fan favorite character. His
Dimitri Listow kind of sounds like Tommy Wiseau. I don't know, at least it rhymes.
A bit, yeah, the last name at least.
It's actually meant to be a reference to Jacques Cousteau,
Ah!
the oceanographer.
Sure.
No, so Dimitri's in-universe lore is that he learned English exclusively by watching music videos. MC says, imagine having a sound blaster equalizer to amplify telltale sound effects. That'd be nice.
Yes, imagine.
Alright, we cracked it open. And, tell you what, while we're over here, we're gonna grab some more loot that we can run back to the safe house with. Because then it's Murray time. See that helicopter? That helicopter will not be there for long once Murray gets over here. Now, I'm sure you could think of all manner of fun, cutesy, cartoonish ways Murray could destroy that helicopter. None of them are the actual solution to this. MC says, this is why I bought a Sound Blaster Z along with the rest when building my computer. Oh, nice, man. Ah, here it is. I should say Dimitri speaks like Tommy Wiseau, not necessarily that he sounds like him in terms of tone of voice.
Yeah, I listened to a few recordings.
I mean, that's definitely the way Tommy speaks, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Shout out to all my nightclub samurai. You picking up on what I'm throwing down? Yay, yay, yay! Okay, let's take this jar back to the safe house. As he says, none of that cheap audio chip on motherboards. There you go. Time for Murray's mission. There's no, like, fun, punny, cutesy name. It's just Battle the Chopper. Oh, that was a Ming Dynasty vase, and we've just sold it on ThiefNet. Alright.
So, there's a board game on Kickstarter that I'm considering buying.
Oh?
Yeah?
It's called Potato Pirates 3 Battle Chips.
That's amazing.
Okay.
The description is a swashbuckling card game about coding and potatoes.
Ah,
That sounds like a game made about you.
Yes.
Hold on, are you guys ready to see Murray's new, maneuverability upgrade?
Yes.
First you gotta focus, right? You gotta focus. Then, jump to Herculean heights. Oh, and
Jesus.
how is Murray going to take down the chopper? Well, Seth in particular will get a kick out of this. He's going to hijack a high-powered gun turret!
Of course.
Yeah, it's all covered in missiles and guns and stuff.
Now be a team player and take it out with that rusty pre-war turret.
Okay?
Yeah, this is a turret from, like, the early 20th century.
Works just the same.
Wow.
Murray's first gotta, like, activate it by button mashing. Hold on. There we are. Nice. Now it's time for Murray to do what he does best. Atrocities! So now we're in a boss battle against the chopper. All we have to do is make sure our gun doesn't overheat and shoot down any missiles it sends our way. You'll notice, this is kind of an interesting little aesthetic touch. The chopper's icon in the lower right-hand corner will slowly darken. Oh no. As we deal more and more damage to it. Actually hitting these missiles can be a little tricky sometimes. Thankfully, the chopper fires them in salvos, giving us a little bit of opportunity to exploit it. Turret gun controls aren't as smooth as you might think, but it's not a huge issue here. Also, I don't know about you, but if I'm driving a helicopter or flying a helicopter and the helicopter is smoking, I am landing the helicopter.
I'm jumping out of the helicopter no matter how far up I am.
I'm not like, yeah, my job as a rent-a-cop for a drug lord is worth this. As you'll see, it's now just loosing a comical number of missiles at us. Might almost be more beneficial now to just focus on burning it down. And there you go, Murray has just killed several more people using an antiquated weapon of war. He continues to be the best character. And that's it, that's all we need Murray for now.
Wow.
Now, technically, you needed Murray because he needed to, like, lift that lever to activate the turret. But I think in universe, it's just because that was going to be one of the more grisly missions, and, well, I mean, Murray's in charge of murder, right? Now, to close out today's stream, let's, engage in a little bit more espionage at the ballroom dance party. Oh, I love this one. As I said, Chapter 2 is really, really good. Chapter 3 makes up for it by being really, really bad, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I say really, really bad. I mean by Sly standards, so by the standards of a platformer stage, it's still really good, but, you know, you gotta be relative.
I will have to leave you guys now because I have an early morning presentation, so...
Alright,
Yeah, I'll be
yeah.
leaving as well.
Thank you
Good
guys
night,
both so much
guys.
for joining us, though.
Thanks for showing me Sly too, it's really nice.
Of course, what you're missing, really quickly, is a ballroom dancing rhythm mini-game featuring Sly and Constable Neela. It's great.
Okay, I'm gonna check the VOD then.
Of course.
Bye.
Take care, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, I'm here for the dance.
Oh, sorry, sir, but we have a dress code. You got a tuxedo?
But first, we need to get our hands on a tux, and believe it or not, an international super spy slash thief like Sly does not own one. So what we've got to do is go steal one.
I totally overlooked the need for formal wear. That guy's not going to let you in without a tuxedo.
Don't beat yourself up, Bentley. At a party this ritzy, there has to be a spare penguin suit around here somewhere.
Try the guest house. Someone may have overpacked.
So we now, in the most Sly Cooper fetch quest imaginable, have to assemble a tuxedo whole cloth by stealing individual parts from suites in the guest house. You know, you get like a shirt here, shoes there, and so on. It's great. And the guest house is an area not difficult to navigate at all, but that just exudes personality. Oh, that was tight. Let's break on in.
Okay, Bentley. position inside the guest house. Have any intel for me?
Well, I'd recommend searching all the rooms. It's statistically probable that each should hold at least one portion of a tuxedo.
I love how Bentley uses technobabble to justify the gamification of objectives and the ways to complete them.
Any plan which involves ransacking is okay with me.
Indeed, we're gonna ransack this sucker from one end to the other, but first things first, we're going to climb up into the chandeliers to avoid any encounters with the guard. Oh.
The party here is in full swing and all visitors are now in the ballroom. Now, this ball may be on the up and up. Not all of the guests are, so be on careful lookout for problems. I don't want any bad press from this event.
And that's our first glimpse of Rajan, who is, less than even-tempered, to say the least. Let's start here in Suite 101.
Your stealth attack in here. Remember, the triangle button knocks guys up into the air, and the square button brings them down hard.
Just a Cobra and the one guard in here. This is a good opportunity to, like, just farm some coins. Sorry, two Cobra. What? Are you kidding me? They knocked the guard out of their... or out of my finishing move animation? That's nasty. Didn't even know the Cobras could do that, to be honest. So what we've got to do is just smash stuff until we get a component of the tuxedo. Sounds easy? 'Cause it is! But it's oh so satisfying. As you can see, too, every single one of these rooms is just festooned with luggage. Oh, a bow tie. There we go. I don't know about you guys, but I've just never been a bow tie man. Never have worn one, don't particularly care to. I prefer a full, like, necktie. Specifically, and I mean once I lose some weight, just a little tiny bit of weight this fall, I'll have the ideal form for them. Those Italian-styled neckties, like the thin ones, you know what I mean? It's a little thinner, a little longer than a standard tie. Woo, those are sharp. Now, each suite does have a balcony where we can step outside and just explore the exterior of the guest house, I think. But it is completely non-essential, and it's all areas that you could explore from, well, outside the mission to begin with, I think. Barrels make a triumphant return as cover here, as you can see. But they are static now. Once we were inside, we will not be able to move whilst mid-barrel. Let's see who's on guard detail in here. Okay, okay. 2 regular guards and a flashlight guard. So we want to take out the flashlight guard and then just brawl with the other 2. Maybe. Unless we can, like, hide in the bathroom. Oh my god, we can hide in the bathroom. Oh, that's great. Oh, wait, my knockout dive. There we go. That time it hit home. Man, you know Rajan's insurance is going to be furious with him after this. Like all the damage to other people's personal property that occurred mid-event. All of the theft. Woo! I would not want to be on the line for that. Oh yeah, Sly also now has this really cool dive technique you can perform by pressing the triangle button in midair. It's a slightly weaker version of Murray's Thunderflop, essentially. Here's our gloves. Very nice, an essential part of any formal wear. Any formal ensemble, I should say. Now we'll head on over to the large suite, which I believe, despite this being a guest house, is Rajan's room, inexplicably. Not sure why he would bed down here when it's, you know, his property, his palace. Unless maybe renovations are going on inside, and the palace, certain areas of the palace aren't quite usable yet. Who knows? I'm thinking too deeply into the lore of Sly Cooper 2 Band of Thieves, but that's what the channel's for, I guess. So Rajan doesn't really have extra security so much as he has a slightly larger room and, like, 1 or 2 more guards than would be usual for this stage. None of these guards have loot in their back pocket, so it's not really worth it to pick their pocket while other guards are in the area. It's just too risky, you know? And again, we want to do this as smoothly as we can, while also destroying all of Rajan's furniture for easy money. This is just part of it. Now, those of our friends still in chat, do you guys see what I meant when I said that mechanically, in terms of its key gameplay loop, with distinct chapters based around distinct bosses and environments and all that, this game really is like a spiritual predecessor to Assassin's Creed that somehow did, or this formula that Sly 2 introduced, that somehow did the whole kit and caboodle that Assassin's Creed was going for much better. Like, that's not just me, right? That's not just my brain drawing crazy connections. It also does my favorite thing with pseudo-open worlds. It uses its space responsibly and in a diverse number of ways. MC says it's a predecessor to many games. Yeah, definitely. I guess Assassin's Creed is just the most high-profile one I can think of. Oh! Rajan had a spare pair of dance shoes that he presumably couldn't wear because he has a tiger and has paws with very large claws. And MC says, yeah, definitely it's a precursor to Assassin's Creed. I have a very hard time imagining some of the AC developers, especially by the time of 2, Brotherhood, and Revelations, weren't maybe subconsciously recalling this game as they designed systems. But this game has way more diversity in terms of what you do, way more diversity in environments and opponents and fleshed out characters. And this is like the silly game starring a cartoon raccoon. And it's better than one of the most high-budget series of all time. Crazy, right? It's almost like Assassin's Creed was Sly Cooper without the personality, you know? Or a lot of the personality, I should say. A lot of the zest that made this formula work. It's not the mechanics, so to speak. It's that we're always in a new environment, or we're always fighting some new evil force. We're always seeing and hearing new things. And the game takes great pains to make each, not just chapter, but each instance, like, say, the guest house and the ballroom in this chapter, look and feel really different, and feel memorable, too. MC says, if this game took direct inspiration from the first and Thief, of course it has a much bigger personality. Oh, yeah. Hey, Starlight, welcome to the stream. We are about nearing midway through Chapter 2 of Sly 2. Starry-Eyed Encounter, which is very, very good. I'd say as fun as the first chapter was to explore, and kind of, like, get a hold of the ropes in, Rajan's Palace is just a more enjoyable environment to explore. So we've got a patrolling flashlight guard. Oh, and a goat with some gold in his back pocket. What do we have? Silver pin. That's worth it. That's right, big guy. Wander right on up there. MC says, Garrett in Thief 1, you know within minutes who he is, and yet they make it more complex as the story progresses. That they did. They also gave the world a lot of personality. Even if it wasn't as pronounced or varied within an individual title, I don't mean across the series, as this was, they did a really good job at, like, breathing some life and variety into their world. I appreciate that. The YouTuber Charlatan Wonder, who writes video essays primarily about immersive sims, but has highlighted scores of cool different games, recently, and by recently I mean months ago, released a video on a game called, of all things, Thief Simulator, about, like, running heists in contemporary, like, real-world neighborhoods and things like that. You know, like, not in a fantasy world or anything like that. And despite the lackluster name and presentation, he actually claimed it was a pretty worthy spiritual successor, mechanically at least, to the Thief games. I don't know if that's true, but that's high praise for a game that looked pretty bland to me. Starlight says, I've kind of gotten a headache from all the negative buzz around the Switch. The Switch Plus or whatever, like the next model. Yeah, I don't get it myself. I've not, I don't have a dog in the race. I'm not gonna be buying one. But Nintendo, for whatever reason, always does that with their consoles. They release an enhanced edition. Everybody's releasing enhanced editions of baseline consoles, and yeah, it's not my thing, but I get why they do it. Now, to conclude today's stream in style, we're going to use our new tuxedo to infiltrate the ballroom floor. This introduces a minigame that it's a simple rhythm minigame, but it's absolutely fantastic.
Of course I do. I'm here to dance.
Then come on in.
That totally wasn't just Bentley's voice actor putting on a slightly stuffy voice, was it? No, not at all. Look at this tux. Snazzy, huh? And that strut.
And the crowd distracted. The only problem is she's picky about dance partners, so you'll need to impress her first.
All right, I know just the girl for the job. Constable Neela, you look lovely this evening.
I'm sorry. Do I know you?
I used to chase after you back in Paris.
Paris? Sly Cooper? You aren't by any chance here to turn yourself in? Old Ironsides would fall out of her dress.
As good as that sounds, how about a dance first?
Enchanté.
Here we go. We have to practice so that we can distract Carmelita during the operation, which, yes, this is the real reason we're here.
Now your turn.
I'm not going to talk during this because the music is genuinely fantastic.
Are you using me to get at old Ironsides?
Yes, I am. Do you mind?
Not at all.
One of the best renditions of the Sly Cooper theme in the franchise, I think.
That fellow is very graceful.
If only you moved spice shipments as well.
Silence.
Thank you. It was delightful.
And that concludes one of the most ridiculous and elegant rhythm mini games we're going to see in this franchise.
Neela, your friend here is quite an accomplished dancer. I tried to make him look good. Please.
I love that nobody recognizes Sly without the hat.
Perhaps later you and I might share a dance,
Miss Fox. Carmelita Fox. And I accept.
I love that Carmelita's also supposed to be undercover here, but is still wearing her badge around her neck.
All right, boys, we're ready.
I guess Rajan's guards are really short-sighted.
My plan to get at the Clockwork Wings requires the use of the electric winch above the ballroom. To get control over the device, I'll need to hack the computers in Rajan's boardroom. Plus, we'll need an extra strong saw blade to cut the wings off the statue. To make a saw blade that durable, I'll need Sly to steal the gems off the headdresses on Rajan's prize elephants. And finally, I'll take to the field with my remote control helicopter and nullify the palace's surface-to-air defenses. That should clear things up for the heist.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, that will actually conclude today's stream, I'm afraid. MC says it was wholesome. Yeah, no. These, the ballroom dance sequences are great, in large part due to the incredible music that accompanies them. Again, for, like, PS2 era, at this point, not action platformer, but action adventure games, the quality of the soundtrack is phenomenal. Like, not just the compositions themselves, but, like, the sound quality that they were able to get out of a PS2 sound chip. That's really impressive stuff. We will continue, when next we meet, carrying on through Rajan's compound, and unfortunately settling into Chapter 3, which is about as bad as the game gets. Well, no, Chapter 3 has some real highlights. It's Chapter 8 that's the worst the entire franchise gets in terms of gameplay and variety. But don't worry, everything between 3 and 8, absolute solid gold. We get to go to 2 really exotic locales, and take on 2 villains with extremely different styles and kind of, atmospheres about them, if you will. One is probably the most serious villain, like the most intimidating in the entire franchise, and the other is played almost exclusively for laughs. It's gonna be a good time. And of course, we'll conclude our adventures here in India. So join me then, which would be at the latest next Sunday, I want to say? Or this coming Sunday, but I may also throw in, like, an additional stream before or after one of Ceph's or Potatoes. Who knows? I'm having too much fun with this, so I hope you can join me. Thank you all so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Eclipse. Thank you, MC. Thank you, Starlight. MC says thank you for the stream and for showing us this awesome trilogy. I'm glad I had the privilege to, man. I hope you can experience this vicariously through the stream. And fingers crossed. Let's start making some noise if we can. If they're bringing back Crash, they're talking about bringing back Spyro, there is absolutely no reason why they should not be able to bring back Sly. Am I right? I mean, come on. I love Crash as much as the next guy. I love the Spyro trilogy as much as the next guy. But you really gonna tell me that this is less deserving, that this is less deserving than Crash of a reboot? After all those, stinkers that Crash, as a franchise, cranked out in the mid to late 2000s. This had 4 games and they were all great. So, fingers crossed, y'all. Until next time. Thank you and bye-bye.